Yes, I am. You got to talk. I can't hear you, but I know what you said.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to make sure their microphones are on.
Hello.
Okay. Good.
Way better.
Thank you, Terry. Okay. We have a quorum, definitely, and we're live. It's welcome everyone to the meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Let's see what day today is. Today is Tuesday, June 7th. It's 2 minutes after 5. And present at the moment at our meeting are Val Oliver, Abby Camp, Diane Coombs, who's joining us on Zoom, Carrie Thornwell, myself, Ray Pohl. I believe that's it for now, right?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. So item number 1, can we have a motion to approve today's agenda?
So move.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay. Any public comment at this time? Hearing none, we are going to move right along. Let the record reflect that Stephen Welch has just joined us.
And
Lisa Botticelli, but she's not a sitting member, I don't believe.
Yeah.
She probably should be.
Hey, what's up with that?
I get
to sit.
it now.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
all
really
right.
tired.
Hi, Stephen. Me too. Okay, so no public comment. Any commissioner comments before I move on?
Oh, I have a question about on the corner of a thing I noticed. It was supposed to be okayed a white picket fence that's usually
I hear you, Abby.
36 inches tall on a white picket fence. But when I went by and looked at it at this certain corner, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but it looked more like 4 feet to me. So I just want to know who checks
Citizen
If
complaint?
you wouldn't mind emailing us and we'll take a look at
The
it. with
location.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
please. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Abby.
Ray, I've got one question. I don't know if this is the time to do it. Somebody called me actually, and asked about some houses that we have that are in disrepair. Are we doing anything about those or not?
Well, yeah, we have a policy there, and that is if you see something that's in disrepair, you can file something with the staff. The staff send out a courtesy notice, and if there's no response, well, first of all, if it's a valid concern or complaint, that's item number 1, and then if it is, we send out a courtesy notice. If they don't respond, I think we may do a second notice, and then we start getting, we have the ability to levy a fine. So
Right,
it rarely gets that far. Usually we sort of negotiate some sort of a maintenance settlement, but that is the way this works. So
Well, that's what I told them.
Yeah,
And I told them they would have to go in or email or whatever, some statement and their thoughts. And then we are at Hollywood look at it, right?
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I
to
told
see,
them that. I
to
just
see whether
wanted
it's
to-
something that we can act on.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right. I'll
All
call
right.
them again.
Thank you. Okay, so first item up is a sign. What's the story on that one?
The Sign Advisory Council met this morning, and per their recommendations, they would like to hold 21 South Water for more revisions.
For more revisions. Okay, thanks, Esmeralda. Okay, can somebody make a motion on that?
Motion to hold the one sign per the Sign Advisory Commission's recommendations.
Very good. Thanks, Val. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen.
All right.
Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, we have a bunch of consents, but we have at least 2 people on the board here that need to recuse, me being one of them.
And me being the other.
That's right. So Abby, if you could share.
Do I hear a motion to?
Make a motion to approve.
Oh, Holly.
Are you on sign?
This gentleman, I guess, wanted to speak on the sign.
Oh,
Oh, go.
My sign. I was told that I could come in.
oh, sorry.
Motion to reopen the sign?
Okay. So if sign advisory asks for revisions on it, we rarely sort of overstep them. What is,
So I wasn't aware of the.
you may want to, they can probably hear you, but just to make sure. And name for the record, please.
Lee Milazzo.
Thank you. Okay.
So, love it.
That microphone isn't working apparently.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Milazzo. I have you running all around this place.
Sorry about that.
Okay,
How's that?
that's good.
All right, Lee Milazzo with Nantucket.
Okay.
So I was unaware of the meeting this morning about this sign advisory.
You were unaware of the meeting.
I was.
Okay.
So I had my architect put the proposal in, and I thought this was the hearing that I was supposed to come to, I guess, discuss the sign.
So do you know the comments that were made on your
I
sign?
do. I watched the replay and spoke to my architect. I do have a packet that he asked me to put together. I don't know if that's,
Is this like precedent in the neighborhood kind of thing?
yeah,
Okay, so we, because there are so many applications for signs, we could spend all night just doing signs.
sure.
So I'm not trying to, brush off, but really, if you have some sort of an argument or discussion you would like to have, it should happen at the level of the sign committee.
Okay,
And then, it can be a dialogue. They're much more familiar with the rules than we are. And I would say 100% of the time, take their recommendation. If they say the
Right.
sign's fine, or if they say the sign is fine with a change in color or whatever, we just go with their recommendations.
okay.
So I'm sorry that you came all this way
okay.
for naught, but that's kind of the story.
I'll have a discussion with my
When is
architect.
the sign committee going to meet again?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yeah.
the agenda for sign applications gets sent to the applicant or the agent,
Okay.
and it's up to them to make sure they show up for these
And the
meetings.
agent in this case would have been your architect.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, and that agenda did get sent.
Yeah.
And the next sign meeting will be on the 21st.
Okay.
It's every other week.
All right.
Okay,
So just check in with them. And well, by way of preemptive strike, you could get what the comments were and just be, well, I guess you already have.
yeah, I have all
Yeah,
that.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was what this was
Right.
addressing, because I
Okay.
made some tweaks and changes
Yeah.
between this morning and now.
So I think that's the best way to handle it.
Okay.
I'm sorry for the delay. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see, we were to consents.
Oh, yeah.
And I had to recuse, Val needs to recuse, everybody else is good though.
Oh, so Diane, were you making a motion?
Yeah, I made a motion to approve, what is it, 1 through 11
Yeah,
on consent.
yes.
1 through 11, right?
Yes,
Okay, so on Diane's motion, Steve?
Aye.
Carrie? Aye. Myself, I'm an aye. And Diane on your motion?
aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. And the next one, we can all sit on, it's a consent with conditions. Somebody want to make a motion on that one?
I make a motion to approve 85 Tom Nevers Road.
Very good. Thanks, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Abby on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, Abby's going to chair the next one because I'm recused
Oh,
from
yeah.
the next two, and that would be Lisa Botticelli. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This one's first. Addition reno.
You're welcome. Hi.
Hi
Lisa.
How are you? So I think the first time this was heard was at a very quickly aborted meeting in the Plus building because the sound wasn't working. So we were in the middle of hearing HSAP comments. So since that, we have actually made some adjustments to the drawings. So you should have a newer set of drawings that has a slightly different massing. And I have some renderings too, and I did email you them as well.
Through you, Madam Chair, Lisa, what are the date on the newly revised? Okay.
Yep. Oh yeah, that is a rendering, by the way. One of these, what's up on the screen right now is one of the renderings. That's another rendering, and then the third one is like a distant view with the building placed in the context. So I don't know if you want to read the HSAP comments from last time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the record, of course, the plans that you're seeing in front of you have not been vetted through staff or HSAB since these comments, but these are the original comments from May 16th. For the record, this is a circa 1927 colonial revival. While a simple front porch can often enhance the appearance of a house, this front porch is not simple and it overwhelms the main facade. The main mast should stay symmetrical to maintain the classic look. The projecting hipped side porch dominates the front and is a distraction. It should be eliminated. The addition should be set back from the main mast to maintain the prominence and stature it currently has. The long sloping rear salt box roof, the glassed-in side porch, the large central chimney, and the single windows with batten shutters are all important character-defining features that should be maintained. The original main mast doesn't have ganged windows. Any proposed ganged windows should be used sparingly rather than predominantly. The existing contours of the lot should be worked with rather than completely leveled out. So much is changing on this historic house that it feels more of a demo than an addition. In general, the proposed porch and other additions have completely transformed this traditional classic 1927 summer cottage into a confusing mix of ganged windows and French doors, completely changing its character. Although I will add, I know it's been revised a little bit. The existing floor plans and proposed topographic changes should be included in the application. HSAB respectfully requests to see revisions. From staff's perspective, again, from the original plans, this colonial revival will not be the same with the proposed plans. The plans call to retain the historic main mast, but the character-defining features of this 1920 structure are lost, i.e. the lean-to roof, the center mast chimney, and the 1920 owl. And specifically questions on what is being demolished versus being retained, and then the plan should accurately include that. And then I just had a question from a lot perspective on whether or not the lots have been combined. I do believe that they're under joint ownership. So those were the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Anybody ready to?
Oh, well, can I go through the changes?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Sorry. I mean, so you'll see in if you go to the site plan, sorry, feels like it's really loud. If you go to the site plan, you'll see that given the location of this, I think most of the visibility is really the north is going to be difficult to see. The main visibility is going to probably be from the west and partially from the east. But we did make quite a few changes. The existing house is not symmetrical if you go to the existing plans, but we did go for a more balanced north elevation. We removed a lot of the ganged windows on that elevation as well. If you go to the north, If you go to the previous submission had,
Where is the previous one?
oh, you know what, I have the reductions. I didn't put it on the plan.
It is, whatever they just said, I don't get.
Maybe you can pass that down. So there was a curved porch that came off the north elevation that we removed. There were a lot more ganged windows facing the north, which we've removed. We've added the shutters, the batten shutters. So just trying to put back some of that character that 8SEB had suggested had been removed. There are still some ganged windows in rooms that, some of the rooms, but I think primarily most of them are gone, or they're in rooms like sunrooms.
That it?
Yeah, I think so. I can answer any other questions when they come up.
Okay. Would anybody like to start? No. No.
I'll go. It's a lot to digest.
It is, but we can start in little bits. Carrie, you want to?
Yeah, I actually think it's a successful set of additions to this building, because the main mass, while it is being sort of encompassed by this screen or this big porch, I think the porch is really appropriate up there on the dune. I think the crossbucks really sets it down. It really makes me feel like it's a rambling Quignet house, actually. I do think there's a few too many ganged windows. I think that losing the salt box doesn't bother me, because that to me was doing what this is doing. It's just sort of, it's doing it, that was doing it in a more clunky way than this one is for me. I do think reducing the ganged windows and the double chimneys seems a bit formal, and I'm wondering if that chimney can simply be saved and used where it is as a sort of vestige of the old house. Other than that, I think it's successful, and I appreciate the building down a bit with all the additions and the rambling nature of it. I think this 3D tells a really good story about this building.
Which one, the front one? The one from the front?
Yeah,
That
I
one.
think all of them. I think all of them are really, it makes it very clear what's happening here. The northwest view, it just looks like a classic bluff house. So that's all.
Thanks, Carrie.
I'll go.
Okay, Diane, thanks.
The,
I was
sorry.
Your voice has changed, Diane.
Yeah, I must have a cold. I think well, you know how I feel about mulled windows. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4 of them on this elevation, and I think they should be reduced. It's too heavy to be out there on the moors. That really is very moor-like out there. And I would like to see it's simpler and reduce the number of windows, and that is in the north elevation.
I'm sorry, on the north?
The north elevation has those mulled windows under the porch and on the very left. I would like to see if they can't be reduced down to 2 so they look more like the front of the old house, which we're trying to keep. North, there's the north. So the next is, can I go to the east elevation? Has the same problem, is the amount of again mulled windows on that facade. The chimney, is there any hope of having the chimney go back with the owls to sort of copy?
I think the one chimney would be retained at the end, but we could put back the old chimney in the middle.
Yeah,
That'd
pretend
be fine.
it, if not. So the south, uh, is, the north is the front door, right?
No, the south is the front
South
door.
is the.
The north
okay.
is probably,
It's
very
facing-
hard to see because you'd see it from down below from the beach.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Where is the actual front door on that?
You don't really see it there. It's right to the left, to the right of the shed roof.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's the long arm that sort of goes out.
That's right.
in
That's the
front.
rambling thing that comes forward.
I have no answer at the moment.
But I just want to point out that the road down to this house does continue to a point where you'll be able to see the front door. This is deceptive because it's two-dimensional, but if you look at the site plan, there's a road that leads to the neighbor's house on the east. That'll bring you to a point where you'll see the entry.
You see it as you come.
Yeah.
Used to have to go down there to deliver
Yeah.
packages, so I remember
Yeah.
that. I just wasn't sure I did remember it well. I don't know. I think both of these chimneys, are up there now. They're part of the old thing, but they have a center chimney rather than the two separate ones, right?
Right, so I'm suggesting putting the center one back and removing the one end one that's was only there to give symmetry.
Yeah, okay. I agree with that. And I'm glad you've got one-story stuff. I appreciate that. And what height are we at? We don't have to worry about it flooding. So,
It's 30 feet, but I believe that's the existing mass.
okay, that's good. So if I see the west,
I do want to point out the west and the north, the existing building has a sunroom with gained windows.
yeah, I see it over there.
Yeah,
It was-
so
it
it's
was-
not, yeah.
It was a real sun room. And it's set up like that, I don't mind it. And as it occurs to me as I sit in this room I'm in, that I have mulled windows that I never think of as being mulled because I'm inside rather than out. So I've tried to be more accepting, but they still come to mind. And but I don't mind the porch. And I do appreciate the different levels. So at the moment, that is how I look at it. And I don't know if I come up with anything later, but that's what I think now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane. About Stephen now?
Sure, I'll go.
Okay, great.
So I think, through you, Madam Chair, it appears as though there's a slight move of the existing main structure from the site plan.
Yes,
Okay.
there is.
So I think we should clarify that in the application if it's not already. The other thing is, I think it's important to note is there are some grade changes. I don't see them as tremendous, but on the south and the west, if you compare the existing to the proposed, I think those should be included with a cross-section on a site plan to include, and a site plan to include existing and proposed and any retainage. I think the owls would be a nice touch. I think I think that you have an opportunity, noting that there are mold units in the existing structure and certainly the sun porch, that are in other areas, you have the opportunity to perhaps create more of a wider structural mull in certain windows, for instance, on the north elevation, on the covered porch, or someplace else within the design program that allows you to have a little variety in the spacing of the windows, but not necessarily the windows sizing. of the lights. The other element I would ask you to consider, because it is appropriate, especially with the sun porches, and I think we're really getting away from it, is to consider using a different type of window, either a larger light or more light. So as to say, large 4-light sliders or 18-light picture windows. Those are definitely elements that we see historically and I think are appropriate. And it also helps to define that there's like a development story in these additive masses. All of that is conditioned upon the fact that this is a lot that is, it appears to be accessible through is that a private way or is this a town road?
I think it's a private way.
Okay, I mean, it appears as so on the map, even though it's labeled a lane.
Yeah, and then part of it is being extinguished. There's a portion of it that is,
The front,
yeah, that
Okay.
will be, once you get past the neighbor, I think the way it extinguishes.
okay. And the other mitigating factor is this is, fronted by two colossal structures. If you look
On
at-
Sachem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, they're very, very large.
That's why, yeah.
Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Val, you want to give it a shot?
I have nothing really to add. Stephen said what I was going to say about making the spacing between the windows larger, like it was a porch that was filled in. Is that what you were talking about? Where the windows are mulled together. And looking at this overview, bird's eye view, with the rendering, there are, especially the house to the right, every single window is a triple, quadruple, or a triple. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I think, did you mention the lights in the doors?
I didn't.
Okay.
I wanted to leave something for you.
Oh, well, thank you. I think the panes are right. I'm just not sure that that's a more historic type of pattern.
You mean the 10 light?
Yeah,
Or I'm sorry, there are 8 lights.
yeah, 8. So that's my only comments. This really, really helped.
Yeah, I
For
think it's a
me.
really,
Yeah.
very rural
It
looking
looks
design.
significantly different when you're looking at it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Val. I just have a few things to say, but I do like the idea of the sun porch windows getting either sort of reconfigured so they look like historic, they were evolved from, an addition from the 40s or something. So on the north elevation, I think the ganged windows on the far right, I wish they could be split and maybe have a thicker,
On the second floor, Abby?
yeah, the
Okay.
second floor.
Yeah, maybe more of a mold.
Yeah, thank you for reading what I'm trying to say. The second floor balcony over the French doors, I wish that were a little bit configured differently. It looks a little odd, and I don't know why. Maybe it could be set into the porch, or the post could be sort of, one is like right in the middle of it. I don't know if you could straddle that, or just seems a little odd. And, I was wondering what the shutter color,
Right now, we're showing them as, was it Hamilton blue? I can't remember. Yeah, Hamilton blue.
that's that's more of that, is that new mineral blue? that
No,
you were
no,
using?
mineral alloy. It's
Okay,
not.
so it's a real Hamilton blue.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. And the material of the 2 chimneys proposed, are those to be plastered and painted white, or are those
No, I think they're going to be brick.
brick? Okay, all
I mean,
right.
I'm assuming that's what's there.
What's the chimney there?
It's
I thought
it's brick, and it looks like it's, if you look at the, I don't know if we have the pictures of the existing house,
Yeah.
but
Those are brick.
it was brick, and it
Okay.
has,
Okay, and then just moving along, again, on the east elevation, that triple gang window, I think that's overpowering that really nice elevation that you've created there. So I think if those were smaller and not so jumping out, that
In the
would,
dormer?
in the dormer.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a little overwhelming.
So, yeah, so most of your concerns with the ganged windows would be on the second level.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Second balcony, chimney material. That's all I have. So what do would we like to do? Hold for?
Maybe we should hold for slight revisions.
Yeah, okay.
And the cross-section.
The cross-section of the topography.
Yeah.
And it's to go back, and it's to go back to hashtag.
Is that your motion, Diane?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, on Diane's motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Valerie?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lisa.
Should we give these? Okay. They're nice, yeah.
The next building is the garage guest house, which I don't believe has changed at all.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so HSAB actually had no concerns on this proposal. I have more of a comment, and that would be a recommendation to incorporate the lean-to that is predominantly in the main structure that's going to be obviously not seen anymore with the proposed changes to the main dwelling. So to bring in that 1920s feel, just a recommendation.
Do we
Thank you.
have a picture of that?
Well, I have the old drawings show the existing, there, maybe in the old file, there's a photo of the existing house.
So it was like a salt box?
Part of
or
it was two-story, and then just the right-hand side had a lean-to that came down. If you look at the main house drawings, the as-bills will be in there. I can bring my reductions of the main house if you want to see it that way.
Sure.
That's the original.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you go to the next photo, though, it shows that the part of it is 2 stories, and then, I don't know if that lean-to is original. Doesn't sort of look like it is, since it's broken with the main ridge, but.
Okay, so.
What about the retaining?
Abby, are those air conditioning things on the front of the building?
Air conditioning things?
Those 2 round things on whatever elevation was just up, it's gone now. Okay.
You want to go first, Diane?
I think it's very nice. I just would like to see 2 windows up on the second floor on the west elevation, and the same on the south elevation. And you can keep 3 windows and move them out so that there's not so much sides to those windows. I would just think, maybe.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Val?
Yeah, I'll go. I don't understand the grade.
Oh, because
Sorry.
so.
And the retaining, what?
So the house is being cut into the grade, there's a hill there. So in order to get into the garage doors, you'll see it on the site plan, we're gonna cut the grade down rather than raise it, so that the building is actually getting cut into the hill. Let's see, so let me get to that elevation. So you can see it on the south.
Well, I guess probably what is helpful then is the same thing from the last one, some kind of idea of what
So if
that's.
you can see it really from the north, if you look at the north elevation, the grade, you see the retaining wall on the left, that would have gently sloped down towards the existing main house. And so what we're proposing to do is to just cut the garage down in the existing grade. So we're removing grade to build that lower level. You know, it looks like we're cutting 3-4 feet at the road.
So there's kind of a rise when you come up from the road. There's a little rise and then it levels out and goes down again towards the house.
Towards the house, yeah.
Yeah.
It slopes down towards the house. If you look, I think there's a little bit of topo on the site plan.
Okay, Val, anything else?
Yeah, I just want to understand the topography, that's all.
Okay, Stephen, did you go?
Yeah, I'll go. Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, through you. So I agree. I think a site plan indicating the retainage and proposed and existing topography. The other thing, through you, Madam Chair, is, Lisa, could you explain, I'm looking at the north and the south elevations, and looking at the south, I was going to compliment you on the idea of split level structure, which we never see anymore. Everybody wants single floor living, or at least, you know, first floor, nothing split.
Right.
But then I'm having a tough time getting the north and the south to align with respect to the first floor planes.
Okay, I'm going back and forth.
And more particularly on the north,
It's just that the garage is a couple feet down. The slab is a
Yeah.
couple feet down.
You can explain it better.
Hey, Stephen.
yeah,
So if you're looking at the north elevation, you're talking about the step in the dash line
Correct.
on the first floor, right?
yes.
That's the difference between the slab of the garage and the step up from the slab to the first floor, finished floor. That's what that is. And then the second floor is continuous across.
Yeah, you see it on the south more than you do on it's hard to see on the north.
You can see the way on this elevation here.
And by the way,
That's the
the
first
the
finished
grade
floor.
that you're looking at on the south, oh, I said that backwards. The south elevation is the one that has the step.
Right.
So where is this?
But also the grade is shown on the
Second finished
south
garage. That's the first finished
is what you
garage.
would have seen on the north if we hadn't done the retainage to get you in the garage
So
doors.
there's a hump and it falls
Gotcha.
off to the,
So I think we just need that identified.
okay.
Oh, the retainage is here.
Right, but back here, they don't need to retain it
Gotcha.
because the
Thank
building's
you.
doing it.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
That's it?
No, one other comment. I think it's a handsome design. The west elevation and the south elevation, I understand Diane's comments. Given the location from the street, I'm not as concerned, but I do think that at least on the west elevation, those windows, if they're triple, they should be somehow reproportioned so that they're not as wide. Now, I'm not talking tremendously, but I think it would be more appropriate for them to be more of a
Spaced.
similar to the door light widths in total, individually between the windows. And the lights appear to be as wide as a door versus the lights of a door below it. So I think proportionately, you've got things to work with there. But again, that's subject to visibility. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. Carrie?
I have nothing to add. I appreciate the fact that you're using the garage to retain the bit that you're cutting through. And I would motion to approve, but that's just me.
Okay, thank you. So I agree about the west elevation with the triple gang. So I kind of thought on that north elevation that that's quite a long ridge line. I don't know how long it is, but it looks like 40, 50 feet of unbroken.
No, I don't think so. The whole building is
Probably about 38.
52.
Well, it seems sort of just unbroken. It's just like a really long ridge line for a sort of a.
I think we're trying to
cottage.
keep it simple, like, how just as an old building might have been built, simply just with long gables, but
Yeah, but it's also the way you've designed it, it's kind of ornate and detailed too at the same time. I mean, so it's, anyway, I think that's a long ridge line. I think the 9 and 12 is cottagey, but I wish it was a little steeper, the roof pitches. And, no chimney. I kind of missed the lean-to, and I was just wondering, when I was bringing up the long ridge line, if that couldn't be brought in somehow to reflect the old design.
Okay.
So those were my thoughts. But what's the pleasure of the board?
Again, why don't we make a thing for hold for simple revisions? And we could get that, and perhaps the little lean-to put back at least thought, and see how it looks. Since we're going to do the main house and have it go to Hashab also, they had no difficulty with what is proposed,
Okay.
whatever you think.
And did we want to see the grade change?
Yes, that would
Why
be
not?
included.
And back to HSAB. So hold for minor revisions. Is that your motion, Diane?
Yes, it is.
Okay, on Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and myself, I'm an aye.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
Thanks.
hold the next one.
Thanks, Abby. Okay, so.
My old business.
Yeah. So can I have a motion from one of the sitting members, which would include you, by the way, Stephen?
So moved.
Okay, so Steve has moved to hold, when are we holding it till, Val?
Till the next old business.
Next week?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So Stephen's motion is to hold this for next week. On Stephen's motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. There you go. Okay, Matthew. Stone Alley. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Okay.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
That's what- So weird looking at myself.
Zipping noise? I don't know why.
My hand going up and down. That's so funny.
Thank you. Okay, this one.
Okay, Matthew.
Okay, with your permission, I can just run you through the most recent set of revisions, if that works.
Diane, you don't have anything yet, do you?
I don't think so.
Hold on just a sec. There we are. Diane, you got it?
Yeah, I
Okay,
have it
very
now.
good.
Thank
All
you.
right. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay. So why don't we start on sheet A 2.0? So on the west elevation, there's really no visible changes. That's the original structure. And just to reiterate, we're keeping the original structure. We're not really, reframing it. It's the original portion, the exterior frame will remain intact. I think at the last meeting, I felt that the board felt that we had taken it pretty far from where it started, and we're appreciative of the changes. And so we had just a kind of a few minor pieces. We could start on the west elevation. The chimney, we previously had the chimney completely inboard of the building, and I think the board had asked us to kind of pull it out so that it's visible, basically emulating its existing condition. So we've kind of edited that. On the east elevation, if you scroll down, I think a general comment was to steepen the pitch. The previous iteration, we had a flatter pitch, and I think, Ray, you had mentioned that a steeper pitch would be better. So we were able to actually drop the plate height of that wall. It's pretty low, and you can kind of see that the head casing will, touch the freeze board, but it does lower it, and it did allow us to increase the height of that pitch, which I think was a great suggestion. As a whole, I think the A-type windows we had, they were wider across the board, and I think everybody felt that we should actually narrow those up, so we've done those. I thought that was a great suggestion as well. We made a minor change to the lower level, that kind of walkout, if you will. Again, the intent for this lower section was we're utilizing brick, and just made a porthole window. So it's just a minor change. If we go to the next sheet. So south elevation, this is where you can actually see the chimney. If you look at the existing condition as the building is now, we tried to emulate that. I basically just recreate it, if you will. The upper floors on the right side of the chimney, there's a door. We're just replacing that with two windows. We just had one window, but we thought that the two windows looked more appropriate. On the first floor of that section of the structure, again, that's the A-type window that is narrower, because again, we did have it wider. And that wider window was based on an existing window type, but I think it was a little bit on the wide side. As far as the right side of the south elevation, you can just see that hip, again, it's a steeper pitch, but the eave line is lower. And then we also just changed those A-type windows. On the north elevation, which is further down the page, the board had requested that we show some kind of trellis work. And so we're showing it only on the north, but we could also show it on the east, have it turn the corner. And the idea is that obviously we'd get some plants, roses, I think, something. I'm not an expert in the subject, but basically have some vegetation that kind of grows up so that it looks more integrated into the landscape. We did show the existing topography line versus the proposed. On this side, we're generally trying to keep it the way it is. We did propose to raise it, and this was a suggestion by the board, to raise it slightly so that as it turns the corner, we're adding just a little bit of fill there. Subsequently, we did submit a landscape plan that I think is in the HDC queue, but you haven't seen it yet. And I think you've seen a previous iteration of it, but it's a very kind of organic plan, if you will, and tries to use as much of the landscape, but that's there as possible. I think that those are all the changes. So with that, look forward to comment from the board.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, this is the 1858 to 1871 barn turned into a dwelling by Eliza Codd, a female Nantucket native MIT architect. HSAB did take a look at the revisions on May 9th. Very little, if anything, has changed to address the massing concerns since the last revision. The middle section is still not subordinate enough. It's too massive and boxy. It should have a lower ridge and a lower plate. Making it a couple feet narrower with a roof pitch that matches the main roof would lower the ridge and drop the plate. The hipped roof addition to the east should have more of an appearance of an enclosed porch. Simply adding a large hipped room to the back of this house is not a traditional massing approach. Reducing the depth east to west to 12 or 10 to 12 feet would make it feel like an open porch that has later enclosed. These additions are considerably larger than the existing house. They overwhelm the original cottage and completely change the scale. HSAB respectfully requests revisions if the commission so inclined. From staff's perspective, again, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and historic structures for new additions specifically state that new additions should be smaller than the historic building and subordinate in both size and design to the historic buildings. This addition is 851 square feet versus the 556 square foot of the historic main mass. Again, our building with Nantucket in mind design guidelines follow the Secretary of Interior standards. Still proposing to eliminate Eliza's trademark sunroom, an important character defining feature that should be retained for this individually significant structure. The gable on the north doesn't seem to fit in with the style. Existing chimney should remain as is, as again, it's a character defining feature. Placement is still too close to Stone Alley. A window survey would be much appreciated, I believe. I haven't seen anything, and I apologize if there was one, but I haven't seen one and I've been asking for it. Appreciate the additive massing, but it does need a reduction in the size. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Let's see. So I know there's some people in the audience who want to speak. Who's first? Ginger.
So the first thing I'd like to say is that I noticed in the minutes that it was that my address was put as Stone Alley Way, and as far as I know, there is no such place. I live at 1 Stone Alley, which is the only other house that is on Stone Alley itself. So my house is 1 and 3 Stone Alley, and this is 2 Stone Alley. So just to refresh your memory a little bit, 1 and 3 Stone Alley are on the north side of the alley. This is on the south side of the alley. And my house is set back considerably from the alley itself, with the exception of the steps to the front door. Mine are, I'm between 16 and 12 feet off the alley itself. So it's not, although it's not a small house, it is further set back on the lot. The Eliza Codd barn was, when you look at it, you can still see that it was a typical New England barn set up on the side of a steep hill. So I have, let's see, let me just go to my sheet here. Believe it or not, I actually did make a few notes. So the massing has been consistently brought up as a concern from every iteration of the peekaboo applications that started with a submission on November 28, 2017. So there's an interesting difference in that original plan in that they attempted to address the differences by turning the roof into kind of a weird salt box. The weird salt box was not popular. And obviously those comments about the massing are still there. But I'm also interested in the longitudinal section that was on the website. It's looking, I think it's the longitudinal section looking south, which would mean from the north side. Is that in there? No, the section, not the plan. Mr. Welch had asked for sections.
The sheet is A 3.1. That's where the sections are. And you're talking, Ginger, about number 1 on A 3.1, which is the long one.
That's correct. So I was curious because the stairways seem to kind of stop in midair, and it made me wonder if the building was actually being dropped. And I'm concerned about the hello?
I can actually answer that. Matt can answer it, but I'll give you the same answer. Because it's a section, you're only looking at the bottom run of the stair. The top run is like, you don't see that part because it's a cut through. The stair is only going halfway up. You're only seeing half of it because it's a section through.
Okay. When I looked at the plans, see, in the original structure, the stairs turn. So that's what confused me. I also have a concern about the foundation because the barn is, the north side foundation of the original is right on Stone Alley, and I have a concern about the integrity of Stone Alley itself. I'm not sure if they were rebuilding the foundation, how they would preserve the alley, which is held in place by a retaining wall. So as you look at the north elevation, the regular elevation, you're looking at a berm as it travels down the hill, and it's the site plan shows where the steeper grades are. So it appears more gentle along the retaining wall top, which has now been replaced by a berm and trees, than where the landform on the other side of that retaining wall is. So the views are nice, the corner views, the projections, but that's not actually how people will experience the site when they are coming up or down Stone Alley because of the steepness of the hill. So the ridge height of the first part of that addition is still going to be overwhelming. I think I don't want to repeat everybody else's comments, but whoops. Okay, hang on. And I'm also concerned about how Stone Alley is going to be protected, and if it's going to be regraded, if there's a steep drop in it. It is a butter's way, which I also use, and so there might be some other issues like with the building department, about the sewer and the water lines and so forth that are under Stone Alley. I know that's not your concern, but that's definitely something else that's on my mind. Anything else, Linda?
Thank you, Ginger.
I've been on this particular matter for 4.5 years.
Your name for the
Linda
record?
Williams for the record.
Could you give your name for the record,
Linda
please?
Williams for the record. Just got off the boat from New Jersey. So I don't have much voice left. I'm sure you're appreciative of that. 4.5 years, both the HDC, no matter what composition of members have sat on it with either time, and the HSAB have been consistent about taking some of this program and going south. For us to continue to consider going down the hill when it's been 4.5 years of the same comment is mind-numbing to me. I was told a couple weeks ago, when I brought that up again, that they don't want it to block their kitchen windows, the view of the harbor. I understand the views of the harbor. I don't care. The problem is that this is actually a lower elevation than the house that the owners have that fronts on Orange Street. I don't care if they can see the water from their kitchen. I really don't. This has been going on for far too long. When you did look at the section a minute ago, their comments have also been made by both the HSAB and HDC that the floor level does not stay the same, and that the structure, not just simply lowering a roof, which is what's been done, but have this floor structure have the whole structure follow the grade, the existing grade of what's left of Quantity Bluff. Now, I'll remind you, Quantity Bluff is an absolutely historic section of open land. This is the only structure that is below Quantity Bluff and above Union Street, and it is perfectly 100% visible from Union Street, the whole east side. Unless this follows down and lowers down off the existing structure and follows the grade down, which it shouldn't be doing in the first place, that leaves you with a very high exposed foundation, which it does not have right now to that extent. You're coming down the bluff, which means the foundation is coming up, the floor levels stay the same, you've obliterated the view of this structure from Union Street, you pretty much obliterated the side view of the structure going up Stone Alley. It's a vertical structure right on Stone Alley, which there isn't one at the moment. We are creating an entirely new context and vernacular on Stone Alley, on Quantity Bluff, and on this structure. Quantity Bluff didn't exist until they cut this whole hill. Just to remind you, from a historical point of view, this entire hill went all the way to the harbor. They cut off Quantity Bluff in order to create Union Street because they ran out of room on the north side, so they wanted to go out south side where the bosun's mates and harpooners lived, going down there. So that's why the bluff exists, because they cut it off to put the fill down where the rope walk was, down where the shipyard was, and down into the harbor to create more land when they cut it off. So they had no choice but to cut it off. So this structure has a unique setting. It has a unique place and time. It has a unique person who converted it from her dad's barn, who did all the water company maps back in the 1800s, to her home when she moved from Boston to Nantucket after she came out of a women's architectural group, the only one in Boston. There was a group of like 12 women who graduated from MIT. I did that whole history. So, I mean, I don't even know where to go here because this is completely inappropriate again, not following the grade, obliterating the structure from Stone Alley and from Union Street. And if you can get an oblique view of it from the south looking north. I appreciate the fact that this particular professional is working with the board and has gone a lot farther than the previous group under the previous application, but it is still not addressing the comments that have been made. Follow the grade, go south, and don't obliterate this structure. I'm really concerned about the sunroom, which is very typical of her stuff. You can see it down the street on another structure of hers. They're removing it and moving it back into the new section. If anybody's walked up and down Stone Alley, you know what that structure looks like. You know that sunroom is there, and you know how vertical and how much of a monolithic structure this is going to be looking south on Quantity Bluff. In fact, it's going to obliterate the entire view of it. So I don't think it's gone far enough. I agree with HSAB. It needs to go back. Things need to happen. But I'm imploring the board to stand by the comments about going south on this structure and not continuing to come down the hill, and to follow the grade if they're going to come down the hill with something, but don't obliterate the entire rear of this structure. It's the tail wagging the dog. I mean, I'm obviously thoroughly invested in this structure, but I'm just really upset by this whole thing, but I appreciate what Matt's trying to do.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Sarah? P.S. Is there anybody on Zoom right now that's speaking on this? Are any of you aware of anyone on Zoom? No? Okay, just asking. Making sure.
May I?
Oh, yeah.
I just quickly wanted to add that my house dates from 1720, which was when Quantity Bluff, before Quantity Bluff was dug out. So it has remnants of the original grade. It was added to over time, but those additions went on the uphill side. It had a major 19th century renovation after the Great Fire. That's when it became a boarding house, just as part of the history.
Thank you. Okay, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be quick. I have one question, just because it's been bugging me. On the front, could you just show the front elevation? What is it, the east?
The front
West.
being the side that addresses the
Orange Street?
Oh, that
West.
addresses Orange Street. Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is that thing to the left of the door? That isn't in any of the historic pictures. I'm just wondering, what is that?
Looks like an electric meter. Matthew?
I can answer that.
That would be
This
lovely.
is so germane. But yeah, this is, we had the building three-dimensionally scanned. And so they had, all the mechanical equipment that's attached to the building will show up on the scan. So we could remove it, but it is an electric meter.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's really too bad that it has to be there. It's sort of destroying the front of that structure.
But I think it's already there, right?
It's existing, it's
Okay.
existing,
Okay.
but it's
Yeah.
never been approved.
Okay.
It's existing on the front of this historic structure. Anyway, I think you should listen to what your staff and HSAB have said. I think what Holly said at the beginning captures it perfectly. It's the massing, it's overwhelming, this little structure. It's not subordinate, it's not, the roof is too high in that middle section. It's too close to the alley, it's creating a big wall there. It's overwhelming, the historic structure. And I know what Matt's been trying to do, and I think he's made a lot of progress, but I don't think it goes anywhere near far enough. And you, as a commission, were really clear 4 years ago that you wanted to see this go south. It has never gone south, it just has gone east down that hill, and it's really what's creating all of the problems.
Thank you, Sarah. Anybody else speaking on this? If not, we'll go to the board.
I just want to be available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. We knew you were there.
Right. I'm sure you don't want to hear any more speeches.
Okay. Do you want to go?
Sure.
Okay.
You want me to?
Abby's going to take it.
Yeah, so, sorry.
I can't hear her.
No, here we go.
I know that, Terry. I
Crank it
just
up.
turned myself on. So I think my main concern is, number one, reducing the height of that middle mast. And I think that would make it relate to that sun porch better too, because it's such a big dip. And if it just was brought down a couple of feet, the middle mast, I think would relate to the sun porch better. I'll just,
Hang on, Matt.
I'll just give my spiel and then you can rebut me. So, yeah, dropping the middle mast to make it relate to the sun porch. And on that sun porch, I thought we were going in the direction of really doing like a whole wraparound window thing. So all three sides would read as a sun porch that had developed over the years. And Steve mentioned on another project, even some of those ones that are just big sliders that are just 2x2s. I think that would be really nice here. I do think that that little conical shape over that roof line up that the sun room has is distracting. And I was wondering if that could be a flat roof with hips coming off it. It's just a question. And then the three windows above, three ganged windows above that, I think are distracting. I think they should just be two separated. So those are my thoughts.
All right, Abby, thank you. Interestingly, the old sun porch had a flat roof. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Abby. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
So I'm going to make it easy on Terry. She can just copy the minutes from the last meeting. And then I'll add a little bit. So I agree with Ms. Elger. This hasn't come far enough. The concept of this eating the addition, eating the house paints the picture. The north elevation, there needs to be step downs from left to right, which I'll get back to in a moment. The lowered shingle line along the proposed porch area with the hip roof doesn't sufficiently accomplish that goal. That hip roof porch is too long left to right and should be reduced about 3 feet, give or take on the foundation being rebated below it. There are perspective drawings. They give a sense of how large the addition is relative to the existing house, which is to say too large. Matt, I do appreciate what you're trying to accomplish. There is some sensitivity to requests earlier on in the process, but I'm not seeing them now. It almost makes me want to bring up in commissioner comments next week's the 3 and out rule, which if we don't see material changes within three hearings,
Mr. Chair, I'd
We
love to
deny.
comment after
yeah.
after
And
this.
I also would like to bring up this constant rebuttal. It's not done in any other hearings in this town. Having said that, on the south elevation, I think this is probably the most inappropriate, however, it is the least visible.
Yeah,
On the north elevation, my points were previously made, but I'd like to go down to the next sheet that shows the sections. This single-family living concept is just, it's inappropriate. Historically, structures would follow the contour of the grade, they would step down. There's
Single
opportunity.
level, right?
Pardon me?
Single level.
Yeah, what did I say?
Single family.
Oh, single family. No, there can be more than
Single
one
level.
family here. It's single-story living, sorry. The concept of the single story, I think, is what's driving this, and it's driving it to, as opposed to the south, it's about a wide expansive area, which is not in keeping with historic structures in our old historic districts. So I think the interior program is driving the exterior program, and that's unfortunate because it's holding this up, and then we keep reviewing it without material changes. I point to my request at the last meeting and requests prior to that, which are similar to other board members' requests as evidence of a lack of material changes. Back to the point of this single level living is that there is an opportunity to step down the middle segment, one step, one full, floor level or an 8-inch step, and then the porch area additionally another step. So that begins to create at least some relief if you're looking at the west, is it the west elevation? I'm sorry, the north elevation, which is really the most prominent as it faces Stone Alley. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane, you ready?
yep, I am.
Okay.
I think to reiterate what everybody has said, Linda, Ginger, Sarah, it's all right. We've been doing this for 4 years. I have been on it for 4 years. I've asked 4 years ago to have the center part dropped. I've asked for it to go south. You could read it in the notes. We all have, and it's still coming back the same way. And as Linda said, she doesn't care whether they can see the harbor. That they are designing around an historic house, and it doesn't matter to the HCC or the outside whether the kitchen can look out at the harbor or not. If they had wanted that, they should have bought another house. I think what Steve has said is very right. Perhaps that's the way to drop that center section down, so it comes down between the height of the old house and the height of the projection onto the west on the north elevation. That's number one. We see nothing having gone towards the south. They've got plenty of land to go to the south and to destroy in a very interesting street the old historic landscaping and land is unfortunate. I would like to see the west elevation.
There you are, Diane.
Okay, that is a close one. I appreciate the chimney brought in. So I don't have many complaints about this elevation. I would like to see the east elevation. I'm trying to find the elevation. I forgot to write down which one it was. That's the west. Can we go to, all right, here's the east. That porch, or whatever it is, under that roof the roof should go, and it should move over. So you have the 3 windows made down to 2 and move those under, so the windows are underneath what is projected and not all a kilter. It's not the way it would be built when the barn was built, and it's annoying. It's uncomfortable looking at it. So I've seen the south, I've seen the east, north, and I believe the west, but that's the thing. The hip roof, it's got to go 1 window up above and move the porch over and not have it hang like that. It's got to drop down, and I would like some idea to put some of this house towards the south, which would not impinge on the view of this house going up Union Street, because it's a great view following Stone Alley up. You see this house, and coming down Orange Street, you see the same thing. Why destroy a piece of land that can never be replaced? We don't use berms. There's places. There's a height of berms that we feel is sufficient, which is, I think, 2 feet. And it's not what is along Stone Alley. This is a historic building on a historic street, and that's what we are supposed to do, is maintain the historic edifices, not whether you have a view of the harbor from the kitchen window. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. I would like to see some attempt to make something on the south, drop the middle section down to where, so it's lower than the top and higher than the lowest one, and get rid of the hip roof, reduce the 3 windows, make it 1, and 4 windows move over. And that's it for now. I appreciate what Matt's been doing, but it's 4 years we have been working on this, and I bet you it's not, the one we did first isn't all that changed from what the one we're doing now.
Okay, Diane, thanks so much. Val, it's to you.
So just to, I'd like to compliment Matt. I think it's come a long way from 4 years ago, and it is not the same house, and it is not the same person. So to keep bringing that up is a little irritating to me. I think he's done, he might not be there yet, but he's at least moving in the right direction by having some different levels, different eave heights. Does it still overwhelm the historic house? Okay. He will work on that. On the south, there's all concern about the sunroom being lost, but it's simply moved over, so it's still there to me and retained. Maybe he can flip it so it's back over where it was before. Change the dormer in the bedroom to be smaller and have 1 door. Same with the it keeps getting called a sunroom, but it's a living room. And I think that you can drop a foot out of the height, Matt, just in the middle section by, it's 9.4 now, it looks like. You could take some out of that and bring it down a little bit. But I think he's working toward being successful with this, and I think that we should appreciate that.
Okay, thanks, Val. I'm going to be very quick on this. The middle mass is really the only part that troubles me. although other good suggestions have come up about the so-called sunroom and how it's rendered. But I think that the biggest issue, particularly as seen from Stone Alley, which is, of course, is going to be the highest visibility of this, is the fact that that middle mass, the one right behind the historic building, is still competing with it. And I'd like to see that go down. And I think also the idea of stepping would help you in that regard. That's all I have to say.
So if I could just rebut, Mr. Chair, and I know this has been dragged on, but
Let's all be civil, okay?
I know, I'm obviously a little
Okay.
frustrated because I feel like at the last meeting, I thought I was literally like one meeting away from an approval. And when I heard everybody speak today, it was like that last meeting didn't happen. And it'd be good to go back and look at that, because literally, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Stephen, I'm literally trying to do everything we can to get this to a point where the board is happy with it. I am never going to make them happy. They do not want to see this happen. And I don't think it's fair for a neighbor to dictate where an addition should be because it's convenient for them. And so I'll leave that at that. 3 strikes and you're out. I literally have tried to do everything the board has asked along the way. I literally thought that what we did this last round of changes, which by the way, we have 36 hours to do it, and then we have to wait 5 weeks to get heard. So we're scrambling, but I literally thought we did everything that the board had asked.
Point of information. Could Matt, through you, Mr. Chair, define what he means, what the board has asked? Because I've specifically asked for specific changes that are appropriate, which have not been made. So I would just like to understand where my individual comments fall into what the board has requested.
Happy to. Reduce the height of the center section. That originally was in line with the original primary mass. We've dropped that twice now. It's almost at 2 feet. It's 1'7". We've done that. We previously had a full 2-story on the tail end of the structure. We dropped that to a 1-story. Then we dropped it even further by lowering the plate height. That we actually increased the pitch. So we basically have to take all of your comments and then try to interpret those and then address it. So it's not as if we're not doing it. We dropped the shingle line so that there is this perceived stepping. We changed the material of the rear tail section, if you would. Linda, I'm sorry, it's distracting. So we have made changes, Stephen. That's the part that it's not as if we haven't made them, and it's not. So that's my only point, is that it's not like it shouldn't be 3 strikes and you're out. We're doing everything we can. What I heard today was lower the center section more, which we can do. There was discussion about making the rear section look like a 3-season porch, which means that it would be wrapped in glass with pilasters, which quite frankly, I thought that would be something that the board would not want. I'm happy to do that. I will do that. As far as this idea of going to the south, it's just not, it actually isn't historically how a structure would be added onto. I mean, the rear else.
So the idea of going to the south would remedy a lot of the issues that continue to come up. I'm just saying, it's one solution. If you're able to deliver something that we can embrace without going to the south, that's great. But we need to see it, that's all.
Well, and I guess my point is I felt like I thought we were all a lot closer than.
Well, okay, I'm gonna underscore what Val said, and I think other members of the board have said the same thing, which is we appreciate the progress that you've made on this. It's come a long way. It's been a long time. Not all of that is you. We all understand that. But so we appreciate it. It's just not there yet. But I think I heard, basically 3 salient things here that I think that if you can handle those.
I mean, I will tell you just that the south, any additions to the south doesn't make sense for a number of reasons. I don't want to reiterate them. So I just want to let you know.
You don't need to go there. That's been back and forth. What I'm telling you is if you can get us something that we can embrace without going to the south, more power to you. Okay? You don't go to the south. But what we need in exchange is something that we can wrap our arms around and say this works as a facade that's going to be facing Stone Alley and works with the topography. Those are the big issues.
So I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, and in the spirit of Matt's comments, I think I'm going to be very specific. The motion is going to be to either step the 1 3/4 story mass's floor and ridge down, step the hip porch down additionally, create a 3-season look on the porch, or or provide a design solution to the south. That's my motion.
I like it. Okay, on that motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
HSAB, Mr. Chair,
Oh,
And HSAP.
please, thank you.
HSAB, sorry, that's in there. Abby said aye. Diane? You there, Diane?
I am. Yeah, I.
Very good, thank you. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. All right, okay. Let's see. Now we're on to new business. First up is 7A Sherburne Turnpike, and I may have a conflict here. Actually, I like to segregate them. I can't have them all, like, different sensations.
I don't like to argue, so I'm learning how to make better motions.
No, you're doing great. I mean, you're not gonna say that, we're not gonna say to him what we're saying to each other because it's not appropriate in a meeting setting.
Which we're in.
Hey,
That's why
James?
I'm telling you.
Do we have
I
James?
know.
Oh, you're there, okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Right.
Sugar bomb.
Yeah, I'm excited.
You want to sit on this?
Sure.
Oh, are you off of it? Okay, because I might need to be off. I might be. I need to check the locus. I might be working
you.
with the neighbor here.
Am I not on this one?
Did you get some candy? Goodies? Can you pass the goodies down for
Yeah.
Holly?
I would be happy to.
The sugar, the non-M&Ms are.
The non-M&Ms. Sherburne Way.
Are they Smarties?
All right. Hey, James,
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to figure out whether I have a conflict. I don't think that I do, but if you
Well,
go up,
just to clarify where this is, Ray, this is 7 Sherburne Turnpike, which has been subdivided into a second property. So you have 7 to the left of it. And
I'm totally familiar with this, yes.
Got it.
Now, I do represent the neighbor to the north, doing a project up there, but I think I could remain unbiased on this one.
I don't think that's necessarily a conflict in my opinion, but
Well,
not sure
I'm
that
just saying, for the record.
Noted.
Right, okay. So Val's off. Oh, by the way, let the record reflect that Jesse Dutra joined us. Sorry, a little late, no. Little late in making the announcement, that is. So who is sitting on this in Val's stead?
Oh,
Carrie.
I've been giving plans, so I'm looking.
All right, very good. Okay, let's get going.
Okay, just to give you a brief overview, as I mentioned to Ray before, this is 7 Sherburne Turnpike, which has been subdivided into a second property. So this lot is a new structure, subsequently to follow a new studio as well as a pool and spa to come forthcoming. This structure itself is essentially a main center mass with reducing massing to the left and right. The colors are Quaker gray windows with white trim. It's a 1x3, 1x8 trim, fairly typical for the region. The windows are 2/2. The main mass ridge is at 29.3, I believe, and subsequently everything steps down from that. We have a small attached garage, single car garage that is not facing Sherburne Turnpike. That's what you see there. That's the west elevation. So that is facing inward to the lot. The southern elevation is the main elevation, which is mostly, that's what you see right there. That's the elevation that's facing Sherburne Turnpike, not necessarily Sherburne Lane. So all in all, it's a fairly straightforward application. We've tried to keep the windows at a minimum, trying to keep 3 sizes, not too complicated, fairly straightforward. So that's the presentation that's in front of you today. Look forward to your comments.
All right. Thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so due to the location of this property and it's associated with a historic resource right next door, I did take a look at it from preservation planner's perspective. So of course, this is subdivided off of 7 Sherburne Turnpike. That is a circa 1920s colonial revival within the Sherburne Bluffs area that was created back in the late of the turn of the century. And from looking at this proposal, it is very boxy for the neighborhood. Additive massing needs to be lower in height and more subordinate, and would recommend, although it may not be visible, the French door lights are not appropriate. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay. Whenever anyone is ready to start.
I'll go.
Oh, thanks, Gary. That was quick.
Because I'm focusing mainly on the south because I think that's the one that's visible. And I think your massing is suggesting like a traditional 5-bay, but the fenestration on the main mass is very awkward. The centering is kind of awkward. The dormers, it's just, it should be one thing, but it's reading as a completely different thing, especially in this neighborhood. And then just little things like the eave height and the windows and the check rails, they're not doing it. You've got like a 5-bay, but you've got dormers on the main mass where that could be a full 2-story. I understand you're trying to keep the ridge down, but it's just awkward and it's not really doing the things it should be doing on all of it. And then the eaves, I think from the main mass to the secondary masses should be brought down. And I think that garage mass on the front elevation is a little bit tall for setting up the house as your focal point. If it were a little lower, it would help. But I do think just that main mass could have some symmetry or something a little more traditional. And I don't think the rest of it's really going to be seen, but I don't. That's it for now.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Who's next? Thank you.
Just a few things,
Abby.
coming off of what Harry was saying. The first thing, so this is, the south elevation is the one that is on the street.
Correct.
And the one we'll see. So I think that the addition on the far right is overwhelming what could be a very nice facade for the front door. So I think it's too large and it's not interesting enough to take up all of that space, seeing that if this is a tightly squeezed in house. I would like to see a front door with a little more emphasis on the front door and then maybe something centered right above to reinforce the fact that that is the front door and this is the front of the house. And then you can do asymmetric windows on either side, but I think you need something to ground this. Everything I said wasn't, Terry couldn't hear. Okay.
The 7 minutes of silence.
Ray, can you ask to put it up on the?
Terry, I'll say in a nutshell, the far right is too large, that massing, and I'd like to see the front door centered with something over it to give it some balance. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby.
Ray?
Yes,
can I get it up on the board? Can I get it up on the board? I have nothing.
Even now, Diane?
It's a little tiny thing down on the right-hand corner that's
Click on it,
2 feet,
Diane.
and that's all. There's not,
Diane, tap on the little picture you see. It might open up in the full screen.
Yeah, because we're seeing the whole thing right now, Diane.
no,
I'm seeing the whole thing too.
Yeah.
well, like, now it's come up. I
Okay.
have you all along the bottom of the thing. Now I'm back to seeing you all. Not that I don't want to, but
Okay. How's that?
that's good. Now it's back up again. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I wish I could be there, but I can't get back in the house.
Are you going to comment on it, Diane?
No, let somebody else let me look at it.
Oh, okay. You were just making sure that you could see what we're reviewing. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see, Stephen, did we get you? No.
No, I agree largely with what's been said. I think the perspective drawings do demonstrate that some of the hardness and the disproportion shown in the 2D drawings will be mitigated by the fact that they're three-dimensional and they're spaced differently than they're shown on the 2D. But I think the concept of lowering the rightmost mass is an important one. It looks to be maybe what you're looking at is at least a couple of feet or a foot. And the meeting rails, a nod to John, getting our meeting rails to line up with the eaves on that dormer. The lack of, I don't mind the lack of symmetry on the second floor dormers, but I think you need to translate that down to the first story somehow with the left set of 2 single double hungs and the doorway with the side lights. There's just something that's off there just with respect to typical presentation. So I think that that's an important aspect of it. Overall, it's a large structure. If there's room to bring it down, I think that wouldn't be an important concession. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I think that what's been said is true. I'd like to see the front door moved, or the dormer up above it moved, so that is at least one thing over the other. And I don't know whether that shed dormer on the right would be better if it was broken up. It makes that whole roof line and those windows, it makes it very flat. I don't know if I'd put 3 windows on the first floor and 2 on the second floor and bring the dormer in a little bit. I think maybe that would be better looking. Should work all right on the inside, but I think that right facade needs a little work, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. So, few things. One, this has the same eave wrapping all the way around on pretty much the entire building. So I'd like to see a change in eave heights, particularly on the garage wing that other people have commented on that is facing the street and is tending to overwhelm the rest of the mass. And with a nod to John and the meeting rail thing, I was debating him on this and his overemphasis on the meeting rail thing, because in the case of the other application that we were reviewing, the eave was lower than the meeting rail. But I think that the meeting rail concept came into being for this reason, which is, you have the eave up high, and then you just pop up a little bit so that the windows can be even higher, and it just doesn't look right. It looks inflated. So I would, in this case, like to see the meeting rail and the eave line up, and I would like to see a differential, some breakup of the eaves where some of the eaves are low, some of the subordinate eaves, that is, particularly the one at the garage, would be lower than all the rest of the eaves around. Those are my comments. Let's see, we got everybody. Should we move?
Ray, can I make a quick comment or question just to try to clarify?
Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate the comments about the meeting rail and the eave lines dropping or variating to some degree. I think Stephen brought up a good point related to the two-dimensional characteristics of the A200 series drawings. I think the model helps a little bit to explain the depth of the building. I don't believe the garage is as flat as we see it right now. It's a little bit related to the 2D. However, I do think we can bring that mass down a little bit to show some more variation. So I actually think, like, if you go back a couple drawings, I think it's a little bit easier to see the variation between them before the floor plans, which we kind of, I don't want to say glazed over, but moved past to go to the front elevation. So yeah, subsequently, the upper left-hand corner of that drawing, thank you, right there, you can kind of see how, as you're approaching the building from the west
That drawing proves my point.
No, I agree with
that drawing underscores what I just said. The garage is too tall and too massive.
I agree.
And it's in front of the main wing, the main mass. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that the driveway that's proposed is going to take up the whole, is going to be in front of that whole front facade. So I sort of want people to think about that, because it's going to have 4 red Jeeps in front of it.
It will. That's
And
right.
it'll
It
destroy
can only fit 3.
beautiful design. So
Okay.
something to think about.
It's not that large in its present state. It's
Okay. So can we have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions?
Sounds good, Abby. Thank you. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
She's muted.
Aye.
Here we go. There's Diane. Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
James.
Have a good night.
Thanks, you too. Okay. Nantucket, Stephen Thoreau.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to turn around. Okay.
Give you these here.
See, Steve, you're so much clearer in person.
I know, right?
I don't know what is
Oh,
up with
yeah,
your.
you don't have that echo.
No reverb.
It could be
Yeah.
your laptop mic.
So this is a simple dormer addition to an existing garage. The garage itself has a carbon copy dormer on the backside. We're adding the same dormer to the front of the building. Just to match it alone. It's taken right from, well, I have it in mind. 3 feet in on each side, okay?
We have Scotch tape.
And, it's set in 3 foot.
You're off.
Not working.
Hey, Stephen Thoreau. Jesse's on, Abby's off, okay?
Thank you, sure. Thank you. Oh, that's better, okay? So it's just right out of the guidebook, 3 feet on each side. There's a lot of examples that we've given you of similar dormers on the same side of the street and in the area itself. So it's just a carbon copy of what's on the back of the building moving to the front of the building. That's all it is.
Just a point of information for you, Mr. Chair. Stephen, what did we receive in hand here other than the pictures? Is this drawing the same as the drawing?
Same.
Okay.
I just wanted to make it larger.
And there's no pictures in what we have.
Here.
There are pictures. There should,
Thank you. That's very thoughtful.
they're online at
I
least.
just thought since I was here, I'd bring larger scale drawings. So that's the existing dormer on the other side, and that's the door we're mirroring on the other side.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I do have
The other
comments.
side, meaning the Cliff Road side, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Holly, go.
Thank you. So this is a garage built circa, I think, 2004, and it's associated with the Fairwinds, which was built in circa 1850. HSAB did review this on May 23rd. They said, unlike the existing dormer on the north side, the dormer faces Cliff Road. The dormer takes up too much of the roof plane and has too much blank shingle wall on the ends. This should either be two small single window dormers or one dormer with two separated windows with minimal shingle on either side of the windows. Lowering the dormer plate height would also reduce the scale of the dormer. West elevation and garage door are drawn incorrectly. HSAB does respectfully request revisions if the commission so inclined. I just wanted to thank Steve for providing the photos for context. That is helpful. And from staff's perspective, although the proposal is to match the existing dormer on the north elevation, the triple ganged window configuration within such a long shed dormer is atypical, although it's obviously there on the existing. I will notate that the photos that were provided, there is some historic context to those where you've got 3 bays along Cliff Road that were built in the 1830s, 1840s that had a contemporary addition placed in it. And those windows are spaced a little bit more appropriately, understanding the concept of wanting to recreate the existing shed dormer that's facing inward to the property. This proposal would make more sense to have it mimic like other dormers along the street, and maybe look into HSAB suggestions. So those are the comments. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, I think it's not atypical other than the windows Holly mentioned. And then I think the, as shown in the section D, you could get, bring that, make your window header and your window casing one and the same. And you could lower the window sill height, and the net effect would be to decrease the overall height of the eave. You could lower the, let me back up, your dormer at the ridge. You could lower your dormer at the soffit. And I think that would be more in keeping with the proportion. So it's, relatively minor change, I believe, but I think that would be successful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. Val, you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
I think spreading the windows out to fill up the space would also be helpful.
Yeah. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Val. Diane?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Okay, yep.
Take care. I'll see you this weekend.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
What did you ask me? I'm sorry.
Do you have comments on this dormer proposal?
No, I think this is having it both on the north and the south elevation.
Okay. It exists on the north side, which faces into the property. Stephen's proposing this on the south side, which faces Cliff Road.
Right. No, I think it would go along if that's the only thing that's being proposed.
Okay.
So that's the front on the south elevation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to find, I had some notes on it, but I can't find them. But anyway, I would go along with that if that's what people are suggesting is good.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Jesse?
Although I think Steve and Val's comments would make it look better.
I can't hear you, Jesse.
Oh, sorry, I thought this was on. Oh, now it is. Sorry. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
so
lovely.
I was saying that, although I think Steve and Val's suggestions would make this look better, I am slightly concerned that it's now not matching the other side. So I would stick with the way it is.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. I'm gonna say that I like the suggestion of separating the windows and the suggestion of dropping the eave. I don't think the public will perceive the difference of the two sides. We certainly can't see the north-facing dormer now anyway. And we tend to want to spread the windows out in the dormer so that you don't have that tremendous amount of sidewall showing between the edge of the dormer and where the windows are. Those are my comments. Can we have a motion?
So if I could just put it for clarification, spread the three windows out across the front, lower the eave a little bit,
That's what we're, yeah.
and we're good.
And the dormer roof line towards the ridge.
Yeah, you see, it's actually, it's misdrawn. It's correct on the elevation that's ballooned, but it's drawn incorrectly on the right-hand side. You see it there? You want the step down on the left, so that's not attached to the ridge line, correct?
We're docking somebody's pay.
I know, right? So that's what you want, right? Yes?
That's what we
Yes.
want.
All right,
Yeah.
so could we do this through staff, guys?
I think an Exhibit A would be in order.
Well, you go for it then.
I'll do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to approve through staff, subject to Exhibit A.
Stephen has made a motion and the chair is drawing it up right now, the Exhibit A. So it's on the motion. Val?
Aye.
Aye.
Whoa, Jesse.
That is a yes.
Jesse's in. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of my Exhibit A.
Valhalla.
1, 2, 3. Okay, and then this comes down. All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And let's see. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, let's see, who's up next? Joseph, approach the bench.
What's next?
Today's the 7th, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Maybe Gary could take this.
Quite the crowd out there.
It's
Driver's ed.
Cool.
They thought they were using this room.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
We can share if they
There's
don't
about
talk.
30 kids out there.
Oh, wow.
They'll drive you home, Stephen.
Yeah.
You might want to check your fenders on your way out.
For you.
Thank you.
And
We're on that.
pay special attention to that one. Joseph, where's Joe? There we go. Okay, go ahead.
Joseph Topham for the applicant. Hi, Terry.
You.
This is a cottage at 32 Dukes Road. It is 22 6 feet tall. It's got a footprint of 540. We're basically working with a contour of the wetland, and we are going to have the main mass centered on the pool and try to keep the proportions to match the main house, which is a emeritus design, and that's all.
Oh, yes.
Okay, who is our board on this?
I
So-
got you.
Abby's out. You're in. Okay.
You really like those sweets.
You really do.
I'll let Jesse do it. He needs a little work.
Okay, so you're off too. Jesse.
Okay, sorry.
Well, does anybody else want to start?
I'm just trying to, it's here.
Hey, that's great, but can I ask just a point of clarification from the applicant? I see this stone retaining wall.
Yeah.
So that's existing, but we are going to extend it slightly. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Go up.
Oh, interestingly, so the stone retaining wall is actually retaining into the property, not.
No, it's like 3 or 4 feet on the roadside, right? And then it rolls in towards this little building.
Well,
Yeah, the existing one stops right where that note is. It says planting. And so we're taking a little bit longer. I believe we gave an existing site plan and a proposed.
Do you have photos of the house?
Yeah.
Here it is, look,
Yep.
right behind you, you can see the wall.
Yeah, but the cottage is way in the back.
yeah, so that's not the wall that's in
That's not the
question.
wall, but there's a wall in the back that's, I think, about a foot lower than that.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
No problem.
Although,
Yes, thanks.
I think the cottage is appropriate. I think it is set back far enough where you won't see a ton of it. Obviously, you see that short north side. The,
Mike.
The open porch, sort of hipped, open rafters, I think is the only thing that, if you could at least fill it in on that corner so you don't see it from the street, because I think it is an unusual sort of element that you don't see very often, if you could.
We were planning on growing wisteria or some veggies up
hip
there.
it, or maybe do a flat pergola. I just think the open rafters in this scenario is unusual. Because I think it will be visible.
Okay. You know the neighborhood.
I do indeed.
Yep. All right. That's it, Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Stephen's not on it. Val's back on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the exception of the pergola, as Barry pointed out, with maybe some adjustment to that, the house is perfectly appropriate.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Diane?
She's muted.
Diane, you're muted.
I think that is appropriate with the exception of the cabana pagoda thing with having it so busy on that facade. I think it should be filled in like that's a shower on the other side. Right there.
I'm not sure what she means.
The shower?
Yeah, that is a shower, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's all I was asking.
Yeah,
Other than
sorry.
that, I think it's a nice, simple building. So
All right.
the cabana needs just to be a little less busy.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Jesse?
Yeah, I think it's a successful building. What might work is a slight revision to, on the concerns of the arbor, is just taking that little hip part off of it, so that those rafter tails on the base.
You mean just eliminate it?
Yeah, just that little piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it's either roof it over that first bay as seen from the west.
Right.
Roof over that portion so that the shingles wrap around the corner, or to Jesse's point, just get rid of it and don't have the hip, just have two
So just have it on that main mass
Yeah.
of the
Yeah,
open.
exactly.
Oh, that'll work. Yeah.
You know, ditch the rafters that are the hip rafters.
Okay, that works.
Okay, so everybody got that?
Exhibit A.
That's fine with me. Thanks for that, Jesse. Do we want to make that a motion?
Motion to approve with removing the hip portion of the pergola.
All right, that one corner.
Got it.
Okay, so on Jesse's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Gary.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Great, Jesse on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for working with the board. Okay,
The gentrification of Duke's Road.
Val.
Yes.
Really, seriously.
Yeah, it's horrible. And there's that one. Yeah, the one in.
Yeah, I'll get them for you, Carrie. I mean, I'll pass it back and forth. Thank you. Sorry, Val. Where's Val? There's Val.
I have an application before you.
I know
That's
you
why I'm
do.
over here.
Okay. So let's see what's happening over at 23
28
Beachgrass Road.
Beachgrass, 23 Beachgrass Road.
And who's sitting in on this one? Well, you're in, but since she's gone, Val's gone, we need to either Carrie or Jesse. Come on, you two fight over it.
Go ahead, Jeff. I did the last one.
I don't have to fight over it anymore.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. This is Mike Eldridge with me,
Welcome to the HBC.
otherwise known fondly by his friends as Bubba, of which I'm one. It's over in Richmond Development, Beachgrass. He has a small lot on the corner of Beachgrass and Wildflower. It's 29.6 in height, but that's not unusual for that area. White trim, white sash, black architectural roof shingles, and a Newport blue front door. As you can see from the site plan, it is a very tight lot, so we're trying to get as much house as we can here. I've provided 2 houses that are on the street already approved, for context. The front elevation faces Beachgrass, which has a front porch on it. And we're using 2/2 windows, cellar entrance. It's pretty basic.
Okay, thank you.
I'm ready.
Mhm.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Stephen, you ready?
Yeah, I don't have any concerns with the architecture overall. I'm a little concerned about the height though, only in that if it looks like, if you look at the south elevation, there's like a 4-inch gap. The grade, the top of foundation is probably, it looks like 16 inches out of the ground. And then if you look at the steps, so on the most left point, you got like a 4-inch, there, from the deck down to the first step.
It says 1'4", doesn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you got 1'4" of foundation, and then the step is like that extra 4 inches.
Actually, Stephen, that's a great point.
It's just like you could lose a
The
little.
foundation is further out of the ground than it needs to be.
Yeah.
By quite a bit.
Well, it's probably a mistake on my part.
So, but.
That's the only comment I have.
So
Minor.
if 1'4", a foundation by code needs to be 8 inches out of the ground. So that's a difference of 8 inches. So that would drop the ridge of the building 8 inches and require at least one less step getting in.
That's fine.
Is that good?
Mhm.
We know what we're talking about here?
Yep,
So
yep.
top of foundation wouldn't be 1'4", it would be more like 8 or 9 inches. And then you just,
Right.
it's just easier to build.
Without
Thanks for the-
sacrifice.
No sacrifice whatsoever.
One less step into the house. Yeah.
One less step into the house. And the building gets to be 8 inches shorter. So Diane, we haven't heard from you yet.
It's fine. It's fine.
You good?
Wait,
Okay,
With dropping it down 8 inches, it's fine.
okay. That
staff.
sounds, yeah, through
I'm
staff.
not gonna notice.
Okay, Stephen's made a motion to approve this, just dropping the foundation down 8 inches, which will get the ridge down by default. So on Stephen's motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen, on your motion. And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, there you go. You guys good with that? Okay.
We might have jumped the gun.
What?
I'm not sure.
You okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Is Michael okay with that?
He wanted to add some extra height in the first floor if he could, and not give that up, but
I understand dropping the foundation
Yeah.
level,
Yeah.
but keeping the overall ridge height would be in keeping in the neighborhood, would also give me more headroom on the first floor.
So you'd have 8'8" ceilings. That's the idea.
Okay. Let's see, we made a motion.
Yeah, we voted it, but we can always
We,
reconsider
we,
it.
we could reconsider.
I mean, I think if you took 4 inches out of that ridge line, it would be.
And then just reapportion however you want to.
okay, so
To get
minus
yourself-
4
that-
inches.
If you drop the foundation, if we're taking 4 inches out of the ridge and you're dropping the foundation 8 inches, that gives you extra 4 inches on your first floor. Good? Okay.
Okay.
So sort of let's do a revised motion on that. Or Terry, do we need to like undo the last motion?
I don't know that you really do, because the way it was posed, it makes no reference to the ridge. Now, if you want to revise it to specify that the ridge drops 4 inches, you can.
Well, that's all we want to do. We basically
Yeah.
want to scrap the old one, the old thing we motioned on, and
Oh,
just
yeah,
drop, and the new one would just be to drop the ridge 4 inches.
Well, what I'm saying is the way it was said is you drop the foundation 8 inches. With that, they can fudge inside. So what you're saying is you still want the ridge to come down 4 inches, correct?
We do, that's right.
Okay, so that would be an amended motion, yeah.
Okay, so Stephen has made an amendment to the motion that would include the ridge dropping by 4 inches. Okay, on the amended motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, that's that.
Thank you all very
That
much.
good?
Thanks, Val. Talk soon.
Oh, is that him? Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, he's at the new store?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I've
cool.
never been in there.
I've heard
Me
good things
either.
about it. I haven't been.
Their ads are kind of kitschy.
They're what?
They advertise on the radio and they sing these funny little songs.
They're very
Sure, Rush.
Okay. Let's see. That was Val. We got a color change at 14 Darling. Anybody to rep? And I will just ask this for the sake of asking it. But usually if it's not consented and it's the OHD, it means it's not a straightforward application, which means that we should not proceed without somebody representing it. You agree? Okay, so we're gonna hold for rep on this? Is that okay? Well, no, because if it isn't consented, is a color change. And if it isn't like an approvable color, and if HSAB is saying they don't like it, it's gonna be, we need to have representation. If they liked it, it would have, I think it would have been on consent, right?
Yeah,
Okay. All right. So can I have a motion to hold this for
I make a
representation?
motion to hold for representation.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Stephen. Aye. Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, do we have somebody to represent 52R Hooper Farm Road? Is that a no?
I don't see Dave
No.
Pekarchik.
Motion
to Okay.
hold, oops. Motion to hold 52R Hooper Farm Road
52R and 52,
and 52
yeah, for representation, right?
for representation.
Thank you, Abby. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Very good, Stephen. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay. Okay, is this, Carrie, is this you or is this Luke's on? Okay. So, okay, the regular board on this, 94 Quignett. Luke, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, this is a request for roof shingles and
For roof shingles.
yeah, and it's a little confusing. I apologize in advance. We originally were approved for the addition that we added onto this main house, dual gray to match existing.
Yeah.
However, what Ollie spotted and I had somehow completely missed, partially because I
They're
really
architectural.
thought there was nothing but a few grades to choose from. Noted that the true color of the existing roof is a seafoam green. And therein sort of lies our problem, because what happened was the builder went ahead and got dual gray architectural shingles for the addition. And
But- Hey, Luke,
yeah,
I'm slightly confused. So the main house that we're looking at, the roof has not been re-shingled, right?
no, we're applying for those shingle. We're applying for dual gray. shingles.
Because they don't make seafoam green anymore.
Yeah, they don't. And they also, we're not getting 3-tab dual gray either.
Correct.
So the builder, the only thing he found in the yard that he wanted to use was the dual gray architectural, which he went ahead and put on the addition because he had to make it weather tight.
Oh, gotcha.
Now he recognizes that, we may have to take it down. We're hoping we don't have to do that. But what we're now applying for is we're recognizing that Luke Thornwell made an error in his distinguishing of shingle types. We're saying, can we have, the owner would like to have dual gray on the entirety of the main house to be consistent with the approved addition as her number one choice.
Got it. And this is, you have two applications, so obviously it's the same issue on both.
So then to be consistent on the site,
Yeah.
we would like to have the garage roof changed to dual gray as well, if that's acceptable.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
So just-
Let me just make sure.
Yep,
Luke, you're all set, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Holly, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was trying to see how this didn't have to go before you all, and actually looking for, first of all, for the record, the existing main house that you all approved an addition on, which is the roof section that the contractor has already put the roof on, was, this is a circa 1909 Victorian eclectic. And 2 years ago, in 2020, you all approved that addition with 3-tab dual black. Hence why this wasn't
dual
really a
black.
straight approval, correct? Whereas the main house existing is more of that seafoam green. Obviously, at the end of the day, with these applications before you, to clarify so that the roofs on both the 1909 Victorian as well as the 1960 garage are the same. Obviously, any type of dual gray, if you are so inclined, is consistent with what's out there in Quidnet.
Got it. Okay, thanks, Holly. Board members,
I'll go.
thank you.
I'm fine with this. I'm more concerned with the conduit on the house next door.
Find them. Let's get it. Yep. Okay, Val, thanks. Abby?
I think I'm okay. It's called dual
Dual
gray architectural.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just the, that's not it.
That's
That's the black
yeah,
stuff.
that's tar paper or
Do we have a picture of it?
ice and water.
I don't think the
I-
dual gray
I
was
included a-
approvable. It was the charcoal gray, right?
Wait,
Oh, dual
This is
gray
it.
is not an
Yeah,
approved.
because it's got that.
No, but that's the
already
black
eyebrow.
stuff. Is that the,
No,
Really?
is that the
Yeah, I
black
believe so.
stuff or is that the dual gray?
that's the shingle right there, right?
Oh, that's our list?
Can I ask a question to Luke?
Yeah.
In the picture that where it shows the addition, is that black, the stuff you put underneath the shingles, or is that the dual gray?
She's talking, Luke, about the ice and water shield. Your picture, I think, just has ice and water on it.
my picture.
Did you say something, Luke?
I'm not sure what you mean by my picture.
Well, the picture that's in the,
Oh, no.
here we have this issue. So we're looking at the addition that has,
The addition is, if you can see his shoes on his shoe is on the shingle that he wants.
Oh, that picture.
which picture?
Right.
Oh, the shoe. Yeah, okay.
The shoe draws.
No, that one I definitely saw.
I know, but what does that mean? That's not an architectural shingle.
Right.
Let me, I know the owner's on here. Let me ask her if she could like recollect correctly. Maybe I.
Yeah, I mean.
Because
it's
now
funny,
I'm
'cause
really
That's a no-brainer,
confused.
because that's
Yeah.
just a 3-tab.
Is that 3-tab or is that
No,
the water?
it's called ice and water.
I thought the owner was here.
You can't really
Ann
tell.
Swart. Oh, shoot, looks like she's gone.
Okay.
Well, my instructions by Homer and Builder were to ask for the dual gray architectural. That's what they have currently. That's what
So
they currently have.
where, Luke, where was this photograph? Hang on. Stephen is showing me. Oh, okay.
Your application.
Listen, okay, I'm going to read what your application says. Roofed changed from charcoal gray 3-tab to charcoal gray architectural. It does not say dual gray. It says charcoal gray.
Yeah, I know. Then the builder came back and told me it was dual gray that he got from the yard because he couldn't get hold of any. So much time's gone by that. How about? Let's see.
Luke, we're all getting seriously confused here because you have a picture with the foot on it of a roof shingle that is not an architectural shingle. It's not.
That is so weird. Yeah.
It's, you can take a look at the picture, but I think we
It looks
all
like what's
agree.
there.
Yeah, that is a 3-tab shingle.
Yeah, they want architectural. Can't we decide? Okay, forget that picture. Can't we decide? Could you give us the options to go with let's say,
Oh, boy. Okay, so Stephen on his computer has the dual gray IKO Cambridge, and it's got what he calls Tom Brady eyebrows, which is the, really black sort of faux roof shake look that we find very objectionable. Do you already have these up on the building?
No, just on the addition, because he
No,
went.
but why can't we see pictures of it?
Well, I have included pictures of them, but they're in I sent a more thorough set of photos on another round of application, I guess.
You wanted it to be
Oh.
scanned. Yeah, but that's the basic one.
They're not digital.
That is an addition.
Well,
That's what
he
I
told me to
thought.
disregard this. Stephen, you got something over there.
But when you look at this,
Oh, that is ice and water.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at here.
Well, but you're looking at, see, that picture there is the green. That garage has green foam. Everything is green foam except for, the addition, the roof on the addition, and the roof on the addition.
Right.
Was,
But Luke, we don't have any photos of the shingles on the addition. We don't have any. We have photos of ice and water shield on the
Oh, I
addition.
see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, at that point in time, that's what was on there. Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. That photo has ice and water.
We need more detail on this, more information, because we reviewed these shingles. We reviewed shingles ages ago, and one thing that we were looking for on the architecturals was not so much contrast on the shingles, because they're supposed to look like a cedar shake, and they're a very bad imitation of a cedar shake. And of course, we don't use shakes out here anyway, so we don't like that look, even if it was good. So,
Is dual gray acceptable on this house?
No.
Or not? No?
no,
Okay, so that's
it's
good.
not-
So let's say
So-
that's out of the question then. And then,
go ahead, Stephen.
So Luke, I'm just gonna, thank you, Mr. Chair. The charcoal gray is just a slightly darker gray, but it's enough to mitigate that dark line that's the faux depth, supposed to create a sense of depth.
okay.
So they're both ICO, and I presume it's available as much as anything else. There's always cedar.
Can I make a suggestion then? Could I ask for either the use of charcoal gray architectural or weatherwood to be acceptable for the project as an owner choice? Or do I have to come back?
isn't Weatherwood brown?
Both of those are
Yeah.
architectural shingles that are approvable in the oldest, for old houses, actually.
The certainty, if I may, Mr. Chair, the certainty landmark in weathered wood, 2 words, is approvable in architectural. The ICO Cambridge, 1 word, weathered wood, no ED, 1 word, weatherwood, is not approvable.
Yes, the certaintied weathered wood. Could we agree that we could use?
That's
That
approvable.
we could use that as one of the 2 options?
It's a brown.
Holly's not looking,
I have that on my own roof.
oh, you do?
I do, and it's got a
The certainteed one. So it's sounding like we would prefer to have the charcoal gray.
Mhm.
Everywhere, garage
Well,
and,
yeah,
Yeah.
obviously this would be for all the roof planes.
because I thought he'd already put it on something. but-
Well, we're gonna have to take it off if it's unacceptable. The owner doesn't want to do that, but, we'll do it if we have to.
That's the one I did.
I don't mind going with an approvable color, I'm just,
Yeah,
don't want to.
surprised.
And Ray,
Yeah,
the picture that's up there now with the little dormer window and those shingles, they look very, I don't know whether it's just a photograph. They look very long and very,
well, those are the old shingles.
those
And
are the old.
yeah, those are 3-tab shingles. And so, it would be great to get those, but like these days you can't get them anymore, particularly in that color, that seafoam green.
Right, but they just look weird. My 3 tabs are much thicker than that.
Yeah,
Thicker.
back, sometimes they would have them like 3 or 4 feet long. Those look kind of kooky.
I have
but-
a suggestion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Luke, see what he can get, and Stephen can yay or nay it as an appropriate shingle.
I'd totally be in favor of that.
Well,
You guys okay with that?
yeah, just to be fair, Luke, go to the HDC website.
He has
and
that.
You've got the list? Okay, yeah, just
I know
because,
I know the trees that the owners would go with. I know they would go with weathered wood and possibly if they can get, I know they can get weathered wood. I'm not positive about whether they can get charcoal gray, but you know, that might.
I would suggest you just figure out the color you can get and talk to Stephen, and I totally trust his judgment in okaying it.
Me too.
Okay.
Okay.
So you don't have to come back,
You
Luke.
don't have to come back. That's,
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
as
Sorry.
long, and it's approval as long as it's charcoal gray.
I just want to make a comment, Mr. Chair, for the record. There's like 3 colors that Marine has been able to say what they have. I have it listed, and I do believe I sent that to Luke when we had this conversation. And of course, that was over a month ago, so I don't know if that's changed, but
Yeah,
Mark
but
Songer was
I'm
really
sure
good
it's
about getting that to
constantly
us.
changing.
So.
Like-
There are
like the-
other places to get shingles as well.
Okay, so I think the motion here for both of these applications would be to have Mr. Thorne will review the shingle options available with our representative, Stephen Welch, and they'll come to an agreement, and that's the way this will be settled. Does that sound like a good motion?
Yeah, as long as it's,
Approvable.
Okay.
Stephen will do that. Can I have that motion?
Val, you thought of that motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so there it is. That's Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen. Aye. Very good. Val on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay. All right. Now, Ben, are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
Both of them.
That was for
yes.
both, yeah.
You see him?
I totally agree with you.
I'm with you. We're in the Nantucket's, it will be the era of Nantucket's history called shortages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There'll be these pox around the islands.
Like bleach shingles.
Yeah. I've been getting complaints about those.
Has it been remedied yet?
Horrific.
No.
Hasn't been remedied. Still can't get regular old shingles.
Some, your lead time, you have to
Oh,
order.
plan
months and
like,
months in
yeah,
advance.
okay.
Have you seen it? Right where the old barn used to be, around there? It's like the trim is, maybe it's a stain, I don't know. It's different. And then the shingles look-
There's one on Gladlands Ave too.
Yeah.
But I'm not filling out complaint forms.
But the one on Nantucket really takes you by surprise because it's almost like a gingerbread house.
Thank you.
We've only had one. We made that.
Yeah, that's right.
What? Don't you want that? Look.
Ben is here when you're ready, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
go for it, Ben.
Sure. So 71 Fairgrounds Lot A. This is a rear lot subdivision. As you can see from the site plan, Lot C is on the road. This is a skinny 20-foot wide driveway that leads back to the the bulk of the property. Lot C, which isn't shown here, is an existing structure. I mean, Lot B, excuse me, is an existing structure. It's a kind of a big gambrel. Used to be owned by the Garabrands, now a different man owns it, John Murray, I believe his name. We are looking to build out this property. We have 3 applications in front of you. So now we're looking at the main house. It's 1,100 square foot building, or 1,150 square foot building, 26.6 tall. I think it's pretty small and subdued, but I think it's also pretty far off the road. Lot C will get built on eventually, so continue to kind of just hide it back there. White sash, white trim, dual black roof. And that's it.
Hey, Ben,
Yeah,
this abuts my daughter's property on the back.
yeah, I was
right?
about to say that. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so I'm sure it's fine, but I'm gonna recuse. So Abby, can you chair?
And
Thank
I'm on
you.
a bio break, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I'm on a bio break too.
What about a religious retreat?
Let's see, so.
Carrie and Jesse both.
Yeah.
Who's ready?
I am, because I looked at it earlier. It's very sweet little house.
Thank you,
I think
Val.
everything about it is appropriate. And Ben always does a great job.
That's a very nice thing to say. Carrie?
I agree 100%.
Jesse?
I'm happy with it, yes.
Diane?
I think it's great.
Oh, okay. No one's playing hardball.
Don't need to.
Okay, so what should
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Val. On Val's motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Jesse?
Aye.
And Val?
Aye.
Diane? Diane? Motion to approve.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you.
So the next one is a small garage studio. Kind of, got a hook left at the end of the driveway there to get to it. Kind of continues to kind of block the privacy or create a little bit more privacy from when Lot C gets built out. Probably a pretty basic little garage studio. The elevation that faces the road, or Lot C, is elevation, the east elevation. So before Lot C gets built out, you may see that a little bit. Other than that, details to match the house.
I'll go, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Val.
I at first wasn't wild about the stairway, but that faces away from the road. So I'm okay with this as submitted.
Thank you. Jesse?
Sorry, I haven't had it.
Oh, Carrie?
Yeah, me too. Although sorry.
Jesse.
I see on the plan, there's 2 sets of garage doors and they're on the north and west.
Diane?
Yeah, the only thing I just asking is on the east elevation, the 2 windows, there seems to be a lot of space between the windows up in the dormer and the windows on the first floor. Is that just the way that it is? Or
Yeah, we'd be happy to raise the first floor windows up 6 inches or
yeah,
more.
just
That-
enough.
that-
It just
I don't think you
seemed
can
like a
see
lot
that
of space. That's all.
behind the other house.
Okay, has everybody spoken?
I'm good with it.
Yeah, okay, so, do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted, and only because Diane, I don't think we're going to see it.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so, on Val's motion, I can't believe how loud I'm sounding, because it's very exciting. Carrie,
Aye.
Jesse,
Did you sign?
Diane,
Aye.
Val, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thank you.
And the last application is for hardscaping. Of course, the driveway, the apron, Belgian block apron off of Fairgrounds to a gravel driveway, and then a small 16 by 30 pool with minimal bluestone coping around it, and a little bluestone patio out in front of the garage. We're gonna stash the pool equipment kind of in that little back corner there. And we'd be happy to fence that if you guys are concerned about it at all.
Hey, Ben, what did you say the fencing was again?
No, I'm saying, we're not proposing any fencing, but if the pool equipment was a problem for you guys, we'd be happy to put.
Oh,
fencing
no,
around it.
we're not gonna see anything back there. I was just curious, so it's an auto cover, got it, okay.
Yep, yep.
I'm okay with this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Val. Jesse,
I'm good with it. Yes, thank you.
Carrie?
Yeah, I just hope there's some vegetation around the property back there, just to mask it from your neighbor, that's all. I'm sure you'll do that.
Yeah, and Diane?
Hi. What did he say he was going to do where it overlaps the building, the edging? That bluestone patio looks like it goes over that one.
Yeah, that kind of runs into the garage space. And then
Okay.
around the pool is just a thin edge, you know, a 1.5 foot edge of bluestone.
Okay.
And I would be okay with this if I knew that the vegetation was going to stay in place and that you would not see this from a public way. So that might be the caveat.
Yep.
If I hear a motion.
I make that motion.
Could you state it again so Terry gets it with the vegetation?
Yeah. To have.
You're
to
talking about the
approve as
standard
submitted with
Yes.
with the vegetation not to be visible from a public way at time of inspection and thereafter? Or are you talking about specific vegetation?
Right now, there's
The existing vegetation plus the pool to be invisible at time of inspection and into the future, whatever our usual thing is.
Yeah.
That covers both of them, that they won't strip the lot and
You
they
got-
will make the pool invisible.
Okay, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the lot, it has been cleared. A lot of this lot is also on the existing lawn of the neighbor lot B. So I don't want to be disingenuous if you drive by and see that, you know, we've done quite a bit of clearing, but there needs to be create a house in this location. So I will definitely keep the borders vegetated, but clear, you know, we're creating a lot in what was kind of a wood lot. So there's definitely going to be some clearing. I just want everybody to be surprised.
So does that mean you're keeping the vegetation and you're going to add it so that it won't be seen from a public way or not?
Absolutely. It will not be seen from a public way, and it'll be well vegetated at time of inspection. Yep.
Okay. All right. On Diane's motion, Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Jesse?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, the next one's me. This was an application for a fence along Hulbert Avenue and dog leg off of that on the side yard. I saw what HSAB had concerns with about the fence, even though I have some photos from the turn of the century house used to have a fence. my clients are gonna go with a hedge along the road, as long as they can maybe keep the little side section between properties and
No, you're sure.
the driveway and the driveway apron.
I was just gonna ask her to start again.
Hey, sorry, Val,
Yeah,
I'm back. And
Okay.
with me, you'll have a 5-person board.
okay.
So.
I just started, so.
Could you just recap?
Yeah, this,
And-
this was an application to put a board fence back along Hulbert Avenue, which had traditionally been in front of the old house. And I had taken some pictures of houses along the way there.
Yeah.
But they have decided to take away the fence along Hulbert and replace that with privet.
Okay.
But we do need the driveway and apron approved.
So,
And I don't have the application in front of me, so Holly, what, do you know what that was?
well, Holly's going to speak on this
Yeah.
anyway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But I'm still trying to figure this out. So you had a landscape approval that included the fence, and you wanted to remove the fence, but you want to keep.
No, we were asking for the fence, but since this, we put this in and then having HSAB comments, we discussed it, we're not gonna go for the fence any longer.
Correct. Okay. All right. Just so here, maybe this will be clear after I hear all these comments. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you probably all are aware, that the main dwelling on this lot is the Colonial Revival, which I believe Val has been before with moving the structures from Sandy Drive across the street. HSAB took a look at this on May 16th. A board fence does exist on the neighboring property, but is not pretty or friendly and shouldn't be encouraged. Most of Hulbert Avenue has no fence along the street, and this property should follow that example and remain without a fence as it is now. I believe your Belgian block was what you were proposing for an
Yeah.
apron.
Yeah.
From staff's perspective, I do think that that's a little formal this farther down Hulbert Avenue, and that's been a consistent comment. I think both from HSAB as an advisory comment as well as the commission, notating that. From staff's perspective, I don't see an issue with continuing that fence, actually. I don't agree with HSAB because because continuing the same fence height and treatment, which is natural to weather, as the neighbors at 10 Hulbert, was there historically in the 1940s, based on the photographs that you've provided, which thank you, Val, for that, plus the adjacent neighbors' structure on the lot is actually the same vintage, a Colonial Revival from the 1900s. So it's consistent historically for both architectures to have that, if that makes any sense. So that's where I would.
Yeah, but we've decided now
Okay, so this was not, you're not removing the fence because of HSAB comment, you're removing the fence because you want to remove it.
Correct,
Okay,
yeah. And
okay.
just for everyone's edification, the two houses were one house at one point and they got separated. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Comments?
I have a question. Val?
Yeah.
So is this yellow strip is where there was once a fence?
Where we were asking to put the fence back that had historically been there. However, we don't want to do that. We're just going to do hedge, but I do need the Belgian block
Belgian
apron.
block goes where this blue arrow is?
No, that's the fence.
Okay, where does the Belgian block go? 'Cause I can't
At the
see
end
it.
of the driveway, which is just cut in now. Yeah.
Okay, and then where the fence was going to go is now going to be privet hedge?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so. Now, so my concern about that is that for some reason, this looks like the back of a house with, like sort of backyard stuff.
It is. It's a garage that just moved over there.
But, if they want to keep that as a backyard, the fence would be sort of giving a little more privacy to that. So.
This is hysterical.
And now you.
I thought the fence was going to be a total disaster.
Well,
Now
I'm
you
just,
want privet.
it's just that,
You just want privet where the
Privet.
fence was. Yeah, no biggie.
but I also don't see where exactly the
I don't think we have
driveway's
to get
going.
privet approved. I just want to take the fence off the application.
Well,
Understood.
And get the Belgian block.
but I just think that's unattractive, and if we're going to be looking at the, whatever
It's gonna
that
be
is.
hedged.
Where the yellow line is, instead of there being,
hedge.
there's going to be privet
And where is the driveway going?
off to the,
On the other side of that dwelling where you see a little garage right there, yeah, right.
Yeah.
so the apron, which
Why don't we,
HSAB is saying
why can't we have a
Belgian block
drawing of that?
is formal, which I would agree with. It's over here, and then we go to shell.
Yeah.
What's the drive is shell. Okay. Yep, that's it. Got it.
I'm done asking
Oh,
questions.
Okay. All
I'll
right.
go.
Thanks, Diane. Go ahead.
I believe that the hedge will be, the privet hedge will be good, because unless something's happened over the years, at number 9, where you go through under the front piece of the boat, it has a beautiful hedge, which is like 8 feet tall. So I think that a hedge continuing on would fit in.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. Jesse?
Sorry, I didn't know I was on this one. My apologies.
It's okay. You want-
The hedge, I mean, were you just gonna do a hedge anyways, right?
I was going to do a fence.
Oh,
We're not going to do the fence. We don't want to do the fence. I can put in a new application taking away the fence.
well,
Wait,
I'm okay with the
let's
fence.
just-
Yeah.
So,
I don't need fence. I just want privet, Belgian block, and shell.
okay.
That's it.
Okay, look, I'm just going to say my comment. I think the board has been pretty consistent on the Belgian block thing. Could we do cobble or something, or brick, something other than Belgian block there?
I don't know. Is there any brick on the? I don't think so. Yeah, I know. So
Really?
Yeah. Very
Okay, all right. Well, then never mind what I just said, because I'd certainly prefer Belgian block over asphalt.
that's the driveway goes between this
Oh, my goodness.
garage. Yeah,
Okay.
Can
right
I-
there.
I'm not on this, but could I just make a
Yeah,
suggestion?
go ahead.
Val, I don't know, I think you can get it. There's a native stone, which is like a mix of pinks, tans, grays. There's a cobble that also, Belgian block that also comes that. It's not the bright white
Oh,
granite. It's
nice.
a mix, and it's very much more subtle. I think I can say
Okay.
that way.
Well,
and still be
as long
correct.
as you can tell me what it is or point me in the direction, I'm
It's
fine.
just the mixed Belgian stone color, pinks and tans and grays.
okay, hang on. Jesse, have you finished?
Yeah. Although, sorry, I didn't know, I thought we were just doing the fence, it's Belgian block apron as well.
And the driveway being
Yeah,
shell.
and to be clear, the fence, the owner would prefer to remove the fence and just have privet hedge, no fence. So the application, we're actually like removing the fencing,
Got it. I'm okay with that.
okay?
And I'm okay with the white shells. And as for the Belgian block apron, I'm okay with that too. And I'm not saying that I'm not familiar with the tan stuff that you're referring to, Steve, so I can't really,
Pink, tans, and grays.
I can't really speak to that.
You know what's interesting? It doesn't seem as though anybody really has a apron. Yeah.
You even need it?
But I think you have
The
to put
shells
them now,
go out
right?
into the road.
With the
See-
new
see-
driveway.
see what
you do.
happens.
Yeah.
Through you, are
It's a
you,
new driveway.
Val, are they modifying the driveway, the existing driveway that's there?
No, the driveway, the only driveway on this property, historic, well, as it is now, is where that little garage is.
Okay, so.
The
this one,
property has been split, was split into two.
That one.
And now two different family members own one and one. And so number 11 needs a driveway.
So there's a new curb cut?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the new curb cut will require the apron,
Right.
yes. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Holly. Let's see.
Okay, I'm ready
You're ready to
to go,
opine?
to opine.
Oh,
yes.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, I actually will do the Belgian block, the shell, and the privet hedge
Okay.
instead of the fence.
Okay.
Three cherries.
Okay.
Okay,
Ditto.
thanks. Ditto, Diane?
Yep.
All right, we have liftoff. Okay, so we're going to approve this with privet hedge in where the fence was proposed, Belgian block apron, and shell drive.
Yeah.
Can I have a motion?
That's my motion.
Thank you.
So move on that.
Oh, Abby beat you to it, but Diane, on Abby's motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
So that was 6 people voting?
No, 5.
Diane was not on
Diane was on it.
it? Okay.
It was Diane, Abby, you, me, Carrie. 1, 2, no, Stephen was, he was a pundit.
Point to make a
He
pundit comment.
he was a hired
I
gun.
thought Steve was on.
That was a peanut gallery comment.
Okay.
Here's an
Anyway,
exhibit A.
hey, so I have to recuse from the next two, I guess. Look at that. Shucks.
I made an exhibit A.
You did? Okay.
Yes, all of them.
Okay.
Oh, I'm signed it. I signed it.
Come on, technology, work.
Shoot.
Now, after the fence and driveway, 31 Low Beach Road, Chelly and Pole.
Here, I have an exhibit which I did not email to you guys. I do want to-
Oh, Jess. Everybody.
Send it to everyone else. Okay. Not everybody. Okay, sorry.
Sure. Thank you.
Because,
Diane.
Diane. I just sent this.
Huh?
Okay. Because Jesse's on it. Jesse, you on it?
Somebody is.
It's either one of us, so
Go
go ahead.
ahead, okay.
Go ahead.
What's this one?
Oh, I remember this one.
A project that's been in front of you before. It's since changed hands. The last time it was in front of us, I think Carrie was sitting on it, and it was to turn this building into a garage. So now the adjacent person has purchased the property. He is interested in relocating the building outside of the zoning setbacks, as you see on the property, but keeping the angle of the structure. The proposal is to remove the rear L and rebuild a single-story addition back there, as well as the original proposal was to enclose the entire front porch, and the exhibit that I just sent you guys has a portion of the porch that is retained open so that the front door is back under a porch roof, and then only part of it gets enclosed. The building, I know that I have some historic stuff that I'm sure Holly's going to show you, but there's an image that was brought up a while ago when we were looking at this property, saying that this was this one building, which I really don't think it is when you look at the windows and such. The historic windows don't match this other structure. So
Not that I'm not disputing that this is isn't old. I'm just saying that it's not what's depicted in this history as an image. I can. Do you have that to pull up, or should I submit it?
Did you say there? Did you say there?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. Or not?
And then, then in addition to moving it, it's removing the rear L and putting a new single-story L in the back. That's the bedroom. And then the exhibit that I gave you was to leave the front door as exposed and only enclose part of the porch.
Is that it, presentation?
Yes, I think if it's clear that the exhibit is a little bit different because it doesn't enclose the whole front. That's the entire presentation.
Holly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, we do have an HDC survey on this structure. So circa, as indicating on the old HDC survey as a circa 1938 Victorian eclectic. Out in obviously Sconset. However, we did receive last year, I guess is the last time you were before us, some information from NPT. They did some research very briefly, and finding out that this was actually circa 1895 to turn of the century 1912, anywhere in between. So a little bit older than what the HDC survey indicates, and that's not completely far-fetched. The photograph that Lisa was referencing that MPT provided, let me just, if I may, just give you a little bit of context on this, and I apologize, I don't have it digital. But this says that the will of Charles F. Coffin references a cottage on his farm built in 1895, the Enquirer and Mayor reported on June 15, 1895. Mr. Charles F. Coffin is also to have a cottage erected on his farm at Low Beach. Coffin's appraisal real estate at the time of his death included a dwelling valued at $900 and a farmhouse valued at $250, both located at Low Beach. Charles F. Coffin acquired 19.213 acres in the so-called southeast corner of Nantucket in 1895. The land had been set off to his brother Levi S. Coffin by the proprietors in 1886. The Coffin family was integral in the development of Nantucket as a resort destination. Florence Coffin Clark was the daughter of Charles F. Coffin, general manager of the Nantucket Railroad Company, treasurer of the Surfside Land Company, and involved in the acquisition and transportation of the Surfside Hotel. And Eliza P. Gardner. Florence was the granddaughter of a ship owner, whale, oil magnate, and horticulturist Henry Coffin. Obviously, these are names that you're associated with on Main Street. Charles F. Coffin owned house lots on Low Beach. And there's a accompanying plan from 1885 in this email. Florence was an artist. He was one of the first graduates of the Massachusetts College of Art, where she was an instructor. Florence married Charles Eliot Clark. There is a reference to the Coffin Cottage at Low Beach as early as 1897 in the Enquirer and Mirror. Charles F. Coffin and his son Orville had a farm at Low Beach. The property is referenced as a camp, cottage, and bungalow throughout the INM. So just want to give some context that yes, that looking at this history, it is believed that this is associated with the Coffin family. Whether or not it is this photograph in this, here, it is begged to differ, but it does date down to that time frame. So hence, I believe that the HDC survey is incorrect. So sorry about all that. Sconset Advisory took a look at this on May 16th. They said that their concerns were, although the Mass Historical Commission survey notes the bungalow as a 1938 structure, there is good evidence and it may be from a later date by the research from Nantucket Preservation Trust. SAB has great concerns about losing the feel of the feature front porch as it helps define the style and intent of the late 19th century home. Filling in entirely is character changing and even uninteresting. Also would like to see the exterior stairs run the opposite way in terms of visibility. No concerns with adjustments in sighting as proposed. So thank you for the revised elevation.
No problem.
And I do echo their comments that enclosing that front porch of this bungalowish Victorian eclectic style is an altering character defining feature. So seeing a little bit of change in reducing that that change is helpful. And exactly look at the historic photographs that would mimic that time frame. I wanted to actually ask, and now I think you actually answered it, Lisa. So I was asking what the proposal behind the move was for. Again, I do appreciate that it's not moving to the other location as it previously was. It's still in the near area, and makes sense to want to be in compliance with zoning, although not required. Keeping it near the street is appropriate. It is part of that character defining feature of the structure. And moving it does, alter it a little bit with the overall neighborhood scale. I would want to maybe look a little bit more into not altering the front as much as it is being proposed. But again, I do appreciate the revise. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anybody ready to comment?
I'll go. I'm near Buston.
You're near
I'm
Boston?
near to Buston.
Okay.
So if I recall correctly, Lisa, this is originally you had brought this in and it was a much more dramatic change.
It was turning into a garage.
Yeah. So,
Or it was proposed to move to the back of the lot.
yeah, that was it. Okay. So now a non-dramatic change, which is much appreciated. I appreciate, you're picking up some of the existing window details. I think someone mentioned earlier that the differing light configurations should be more deployed more readily in design. So that's just a nice feature to see. Starting with the proposed east, I don't have any concerns. With the proposed south, I think the change you made is more appropriate. I'd like to suggest that along the lines of the bungalow Victorian-esque, that maybe some trim details could be deployed, worked into this that would make it look more like a porch was infilled both on this side and on the west elevation. I believe that's correct. So that it's more literally trim work that would look like, make it look like this was built in as opposed to just a solid wall has always been there. And the only other comment I would have, just for the sake of continuity, is from the west, the rear addition looks a little long, but given its location and lack of visibility, I don't believe that that's a concern. And I think for the most part, I appreciate that you have retained the identity of the structure and including literally roof lines and roof materials and dormers and so on and so forth. So thank you.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you.
Val and Jesse?
I agree with Stephen. I like the partial porch version that just was shown to us than this solid wall. That's all I have.
Thank you. Jesse?
This or this. This is just shingled.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really reflects what the old building was. Not a whole lot of changes, and the changes that were made
were considerate to the old building. The east elevation is probably, sorry, the south elevation is probably the one that's most concerning. The revised one helps a lot with keeping that to make it look like more of a bungalow porch style. Steve's idea might work with some trim detail, as long as it doesn't make it look like it is deliberately trying to keep it looking like it looks like it was added on. And is the roof pitch the same?
Mhm.
Yeah.
You mean of the main mass?
Not the main mast, the porch.
It's
the-
slightly shallower.
Slightly shallower.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good. I don't know if it would work. I don't even know if it's done, but if there was maybe a larger overhang on that porch, it might. give it
We could
more-
match the overhang, maybe that's on the hip. Something of that scale, which is more like 8-9 inches.
Yeah, it might give it more of a porchy feel, but other than that.
And Madam Chair, through you, I just wanted to point out that, and to Stephen's point, I understand your point, but if you look at the east elevation, the existing windows, those windows exist on the side, and there's no, they're just there now as a windscreen, even though it's completely open facing south. And so we were just trying to mimic that same detail as
Those are
viewed from
bigger,
the east and
though.
west. They are bigger. They go lower to the ground.
I think they look great. Did I not represent that correctly?
Oh, I thought you wanted to add more detail to make it look like an infilled porch.
Oh,
Whereas
that's-
if you go to the existing of the east, if you just scroll, Adrian, to the existing, I think down. Keep going, the little ones. You see how on the third one, you can see those windows? They are bigger, to Val's point. They go much lower to the ground. But they are just windscreen windows that are there now. So we were just trying to mimic that detail a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I didn't understand through you, Madam Chair. So that's a sidewall to the porch.
That
it's a
exists today.
windscreen.
Yeah.
So even if it was something like that,
Mhm.
that's already vocabulary on the structure, I'm fine with.
Yeah. So we just have to massage ours a little bit, I think, to get to that point. Okay.
Okay, Diane.
Yep, I think that, I don't know, I have a problem with those windows. I think they don't look like they were porch. I don't know whether making them bigger and going down, they to me just look like a lot of windows on the front of the house.
Mhm.
I don't know how to exactly make like filled-in porch, but I think that it would be good if we could do something to make them do. I don't know. I like those windows on what elevation is that for the 12 or 16
16's over 2.
3 windows to the left of that
Mm.
elevation. I think they look actually more like a filled-in porch than the straight 2 over 2s. I just would like to see some other thing there. I'm glad you're keeping the front door with a little bracelet, and all the rest I don't have a big problem with. It's just those windows on that front elevation that I don't find great. That's all. Thank you, though.
Thanks, Diane. So I was originally wondering if rafter tails might be a nice detail on this. Also, there's an ornate sort of balustrade in that old picture. I was wondering if there was any way to work that into it.
Yeah, although I don't think that's the same building, but
It's just, okay.
I think it's a different structure.
The other
but-
thing, HSAP said was entering the basement.
Yeah, the basement, turning them
Yeah,
around,
that
which
would
is
be
totally
great.
fine.
And that's further back. And No, and I like what you proposed, the latest proposal with the inset of the front door, rather than it coming straight across. I think it's a lot more interesting.
So just through you, is there a way to maybe do an Exhibit A to massage the windows on the front entryway so that they're more proportionate to the existing 4 lights that are there? That you
Which
see
are-
on the east and west of the existing?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Abby, if you look at the image you see that image right there where the
Yeah.
2 over 2 windows to the left of those, they're taller. And they go corner board to corner board.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would just change the design so that what we're proposing there with the infilled area, we'd still keep the windscreen as seen from the east because that's where the door is. And then all the other windows would be proportioned similarly to that to make it look more like an infill porch, to Steve's point. And if you blow that up, Adrienne, it goes from corner board to basically inside corner. There's no corner board then trim. It's.
Okay, so they would all match, the ones across the front of the house and.
And the ones on the side of the front porch would match.
Quick question. Through you, Madam Chair. So Lisa, that's on the east, that's shown as shingle below the window. Is that shingle or is that a waterboard fascia there under the windows?
Ooh, I'd have to look at the pictures. I think it's shingle, but we can, if there are some photos, because the front was clapboard. Do we have any pictures? I might have.
It just reads more porch-like to me if that's a piece of fascia.
It could be fascia. I can't remember what exists. Hold on, I might have some photos.
But I like those windows on the east thing, Lisa.
You like the windows what?
They would be on the east, the bigger windows.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
They
Go back
seem
to
to
that.
fit in and what you think is porch being filled in. I think those are good.
It's shingle. Here, Stephen, I have a picture. Oh, there it is, Adrian. Shingle under the windowsill.
Oh, yeah, it's nice, big fascia.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we want to do with this? Fun project.
Do we make it whole for revisions of the very light of the front facade?
Do you think there's?
Of the rest?
We can try that.
What did she say?
Whole for revisions, basically.
Do you think it's possible to
Minor.
try to do it through staff?
Well, do we?
I think we'd like to see it somehow.
Stephen, can you take it?
Yeah, where this invested, thanks, through you, Madam Chair, can we go back to the image we just saw of the front? I got a question and then I'll.
Sure.
With the clapboard and then the porch. Yeah. So Lisa, just so I understand, basically what you're saying is you would be able to, can you wrap, have legs and thumb, can you replicate this here and here?
Yeah, I don't know if
Largely
the
replicated?
largely replicated, because I don't know if the spacing of those posts is equal. So, but we would get it so that it worked out to be equal fenestration.
So Diane, you can't see me pointing, but what I'm suggesting is that area of window will be replicated in one set or 3 sets, 1, 2, 3 across the front.
And then we'd have the ones on
And
the
you keep
other
open-
side
and
too.
Keep the one on the side, and then you have your opening under
Yeah.
the porch. So that would be, and that's agreeable to you?
Mhm.
Is that agreeable to you guys? Because I don't want to make
So
a
you'd
motion.
see
I like
a
it.
post or a pretend post?
Yeah,
With a little extra overhang maybe?
yeah.
Well, that
Yeah,
has a
you'll
gutter,
just
which
like
we're
Got a
not showing.
motion on the floor.
To hold for revisions?
Oh,
All right, so,
Oh,
why
then
don't
we can change it.
well, then we could actually see it.
if she
So,
wants to,
okay,
that's
so, the motion is to just, actually, so we could see it, for a few revisions, Jesse
Aye.
and Valerie,
We have to, yeah.
if we have to, and, Steve.
yeah.
And Diane, on your motion?
Yeah,
And I'm an aye.
thank you.
I have a question. I just got a text from my people. They didn't want shell, they wanted pea stone like everybody else.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't care. How do we do that? Do we have to reopen? Just think about it. Lisa's still doing her stuff.
I'll
but-
make a motion to reopen, what number was it?
Do it after she does hers. She has
I have one more, sorry.
Oh, you have another one? Okay.
Yeah, it's
All
just
right.
fencing.
I didn't know if it was even possible. They can't get shell.
Can't we just do it?
Shortage,
I gotta do one
You
more.
have to go to the beach and pick them up.
big shortages.
Oh, my goodness.
She said they can't get shell.
We can't get
Are
minutes
you
for the
16
HCC meeting.
Western?
Yeah, 16 Western.
We're all out of minutes.
I think so. I mean, I think the front fence was on consent, and then we added the 2 side fences
Yes.
that are natural board fences.
Can you pass the juice, please? Abby?
The sugar bowl?
Sugar.
Oh,
Sorry, Lisa, I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, that's okay. I was like, what?
Minds are wandering.
Take a Coca-Cola and pour that in there.
Oh, yeah.
So this is an application for some fencing. The first, this might not be the right one. This is the picket. There should be a second one that also includes the board fencing along the side. Because the picket originally went on consent, and then we added board fencing on the side, so it got pulled.
Says a 5-in-1 fence.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so you have the right drawings.
What's in front of us is
Yeah, he's just trying to pull it up on the screen then, I think.
I don't see it on here.
Does the sign in the picture say no trespassing or no loitering?
Oh, which picture, in there? I don't know, I can't remember. Probably no trespassing because it was falling, it was pretty much, all the porches were falling in.
Yikes.
You don't have a picture of the house?
Okay, so this is only for the picket. It's showing.
That's
the
it.
5-in-1.
So, yeah, it's a picket across the front, painted, and then where it goes to blue, we're proposing a 5-in-1 natural to weather. Up to the 50-foot wetland setback on the east side and to where it exists on the west side, which is closer to the 25-foot setback.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
Holly.
So HSAB did take a look at this. They reviewed the original application as well. Just to remind the commission, this was the circa 1938 Weeder Dining Hall, a bungalow, and there was a garage, and you all approved an alteration in 2020. HSAB took a look at this on May 16th. They said that the original pointed stockade picket would be preferred. Color should match the house trim. And I would concur that the picket fence is historically appropriate and should match the trim of the home. I don't have any concerns with the
board
fence. So those are
Great.
comments.
Thank you, Holly. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, thanks.
So this meets our guidelines with one exception, which I'm not suggesting is unapprovable, but on the right side, the 5-in-1 fence under the guidelines would not protrude towards the street more than the front corner of the house.
That's
Okay. I think they were just trying to give the neighbor privacy, but I think
Yeah,
that's
I
that's
think there,
understandable.
from the images, there's vegetation here too, right?
Well, this
Light.
is the old house. This is not the rebuilt house.
Yeah, there's not a lot,
Oh, okay.
Stephen. There's not a lot of room, as you can tell.
So that would be my only concern, just with
Okay.
respect to the guidelines.
Okay.
Thanks,
I'll
Steve.
go.
Okay, Diane, go.
I agree with Steve. Is that fence on the right-hand side should stop at the corner of the house. They're gonna have a
Thank you.
hotel across the street from them, so it's no concern of privacy. Privacy is gone. So that will be good.
Thanks,
it.
Diane. Val?
It's from natural to weather.
The stockade is, the front is to painted. Yeah, which is white. That's an old picture.
I don't mind the style. I'm not sure I like the idea of it painted yellow.
It's not yellow. The house is white. That's an old
This is
picture.
yellow.
That's an old photo. That's not what the house looks like. That's pre-renovation.
You just told me it was an old photo.
That's right.
Okay, so,
So I didn't know the new house was white. I don't have it in front of me.
Oh, I got you.
Right.
Don't
Yeah.
have to
all right,
get like
well,
that with me.
so I'm with the board on this. Bring it back, bring the picket fence back to the corner of the house on the right. And that's all it.
Okay.
It's on the right and the left.
Well, the left is already on the, in line.
That's my motion.
That's Stephen's motion. On Steve's motion, Val?
Aye.
Jesse? Diane? Diane Coombs, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you wanted to hear the dog bark. I'm an I.
Thank you. And I'm an I as well.
Good job,
Huh?
Yeah,
Those pictures
thanks.
have points.
Yeah, it's the old fashioned
But
kind.
that's not what's on here. This is a gap ticket.
Ah.
I'm just asking for clarification.
So Lisa?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
Did you know that the original picket fence had the stockade and not the, which one did you want?
I'll write it.
I actually wanted it with the cap,
With the cap, okay, so.
but I'm,
And that's what's on.
that's what's shown is a
And
type 2.
that's what we okayed. So,
Are you guys okay with that? I mean, do you
We
guys feel
okayed it.
strongly? Well,
Yeah, but I didn't write it up yet.
I haven't left the room yet, so,
I'll
but,
go along with the,
The pointed one is, back to the original.
yeah.
You're on the spot for the historic context here, Lisa.
okay, well, I think my client would be happy to do, I think he'd prefer the cap, but I think he would understand the, paying homage to the historic nature of the building, because I think we did it pretty well with the renovation.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
that's the
going with
thing,
that.
if we had the, the picture of the renovated house with.
It looks a lot like this, it's just a bigger and, it's a little bigger and taller, but
We
it-
could then see that your proposed would be better than the stockade. So-
And
well,
I just,
it's not stockade, right? It's a,
No, what's it called?
it's a
The
type 2 picket or a
Type
type?
2 without the cap. What's that with the pointy top?
Does it
What's
have
that
a,
called?
I don't know what the name of that is.
yeah.
It is in the book.
Stockade is when they're side by side.
yeah, stockade is
Yeah.
the cheap one that they,
So
We don't want
I just want to
stockade.
clarify through you, Madam Chair, if I may, what my motion was, because I think I may have confused
Type one.
topics.
Type 1.
yeah, and
It
I
was-
asked for a type 2, correct?
Right. And,
Yeah.
and Holly mentioned the type 1, which was not by name, but the pointed. And that's what I was referring to in my motion. So I just wanted to clarify that that's what the motion was. And I'll write it down,
The pointed,
the pointed.
okay,
Type
that's
1.
fine. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Have a good
Thank
you.
Thank you.
thanks. So,
Back to Val's.
listen, so I just want to do this informally to see if there's going to be any objections to going from shell to pea gravel, is that what I understand?
I thought you were going to say one meeting a
She
week.
says the neighbors have, they can't get shell.
Okay, but so, let me think. I was on this, you were on this, Abby, Diane, you were on this. Who else was on?
I think I might have been.
Diane, Jesse, Ray, Abby.
Okay. Does just before we make the official thing, does anybody have any objection to going from shell to pea stone down
Not
there,
at
pea
all.
gravel?
No, no.
No?
Pea
Okay,
is settled.
so then let's make this official. Let's reopen, somebody move to reopen 11 Holbert Avenue.
So moved.
Thank you.
this
Abby has made a motion to reopen 11 Holbert Avenue. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Jesse, Diane,
I,
Thank you, and Abby?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor.
That
We're
one's for
open.
Abby.
That's for you. Okay, so we would like to amend the motion on this one to have the privet hedge in lieu of fence, and pea stone instead of shell. All the rest being equal, all the rest being the Belgian block apron.
That's my motion.
Okay, that's Abby's motion. On the motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse.
Aye.
Very good. Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. There we go. That's all done. Okay, now, do we have anybody here for 18B Atlantic? On Zoom, presumably, because the room's empty.
Good
Oh,
evening,
Oh, yep.
commission members. How are you?
Sorry, what's your name?
Name is Frank Twarog, property owner.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So let's see.
Three different parts to the application. There's a brick patio, a small picket fence, and a modification of the driveway.
Thank you.
Where is this?
I'm sorry, so your name is,
Frank.
you're Frank, you're the owner.
Yes, good evening.
Very good. Okay, so we're looking at
Thank you, Nick.
the site plan now, so can you just sort of go over everything for us?
Sure, happily. So presently, where you see the red brick color is a
Yes.
lot of uneven sand and partial grass.
Okay.
The idea is to just create a level surface. My elderly father, who just retired last week, is hoping to spend a lot more time at the house in the coming years, and mobility is an issue.
So is it in fact brick?
It is not presently brick. Right now,
No, I mean, are you asking for brick?
we're asking for
You are.
historical brick in either a straight pattern or herringbone,
Okay,
just
all
to
right.
create a level surface. It's a pretty small surface area. The scale, I don't know if you can tell from the imagery, I think from the hedge to the house on the north side is maybe 5 or 6 feet. And then at the narrowest is about 2 feet.
All right, so we got our brick patio and what else? These stones coming, those big bluestone pavers going to the front door, right?
Yeah, the idea of that is just to guide your attention to walk straight to the front door. It could be all brick. The bluestone is about, I don't know, 2 by 2.
Bluestone.
Okay, and is it set into, what is that surrounding material? Yeah, we're all thinking that those look more like 4 by 4 than 2 by 2.
Which to some of us is not necessarily a bad thing.
But
It's just to say.
And the arbor is new as well, correct?
Correct. It's a debate whether to do the arbor as you're seeing on the screen, or
Yeah.
just a straight basic picket fence, just something to differentiate
Oh, okay.
the driveway from the
I think
patio.
I know where that one's gonna go.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, thank you, Holly. Okay, so really what we're looking at is kind of three things. The brick terrace in the back, we'll call them 2x2 bluestone pavers getting you from the parking area into the house, and the either fence or arbor configuration that you walk through to get there, right?
Correct. The final feature is creating a little bit larger parking. You're familiar with how I call Atlantic Ave the busiest street in Nantucket. It's difficult with how narrow our driveway is to get in and out. So the hope was to widen the driveway by a few feet.
Is that the little dash line that I'm seeing?
Correct.
You have the vehicle there, so currently it doesn't go beyond the dash line, and you want to extend it.
Precisely. Yep.
Now, there's rules about how wide that can be.
Indeed.
Yeah, now interestingly, we get a little funny here because you share this kind of with your neighbor. So net, you're going to have quite a wide opening, correct?
Yes, so the driveway, it actually used to be a condo association, 18A,
Okay.
18B. They're now fee simple residences. So while there is a technically shared driveway, they're fairly independent.
Well, I wasn't suggesting the independence aspect. I was talking more to the overall width as seen from the street.
Sure, and I
Aesthetically.
appreciate that there may be an interface between HDC and DPW. I've not put an application for a change of curb cut.
You have not.
I have not. I was hoping to get a bit of a temperature forecast from HDC.
Okay, well, there's other people on this board that know much more about the width of curb cuts than I do. So look, I think we've got the whole picture. If there's any questions, we're going to ask you, but let's hear from the board members on this one,
Mr.
okay?
Chair.
And but before we do that, we're going to hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to give some context, the HDC survey on file for this property is a circa 1925 bungalow cottage. And HSAB did take a look at this on May 16th. Bless you. The site plan should indicate what changes are being applied for. There's currently nothing identified on the drawing, and HSAB would respectfully like to see this again. As from staff's perspective, I do agree that the site plan was unclear. Obviously, we got some more clarification from the applicant. And also based on the applicant's written proposal, I was able to decipher a little bit what he was proposing. I just wanted to mention that this is a lot of impervious surface with the brick and the bluestone. And I calculated to be about 520 square feet on this fairly tiny lot, which is atypical. The bluestone, it's another feature that you do see some bluestones in this area, but not as much. Brick is more appropriate. I would agree that the picket would be more appropriate versus the proposed arbor aspect. Zoning bylaw 139-20.1 are for the required dimensions of the apron. Whether it's fee simple or not, that existing curb cut is shared and that it comes into play. So we need to have strict dimensions on here before. My recommendation would be before you all bless the apron moving forward to go to the obviously a curb cut application to the DPW. So
Okay.
those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. I guess this is the regular board. Who wants to go first? Thank you, Val.
Do we have a site plan? How it sits on Atlantic
Yeah,
Ave?
up there. We can get it back to you, Diane. Go ahead, Val.
Whoops. Sorry, I'm looking at it online. My guess is that the existing curb cut probably exceeds what's allowed now between the two properties. So I think you're going to find that that's probably not going to be something that you can do. What you might be able to do is have more parking space, like you could drive in and turn onto the grass area, but maybe that should be that reinforced grass stuff and as opposed to all, like you said, impervious surface. I don't mind bluestones, but not big, large ones like that. I don't think you'd see any actually in this area like that. They're probably more organic shape, like the old
Oh, yeah.
stone.
Right.
And with regard to the transition between the front and backyard, I think a fence is more appropriate, which he did offer, than the arbor, as shown. Maybe a basic arbor is okay. And I don't think we're gonna see any of the brick in the back, so I'm okay with that. It also doesn't show that this has a brick apron already existing.
Okay.
Did you see, you saw the pictures, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. That it?
Yep.
Okay. Who's next, Abby?
Yeah, it's an awful lot of brick. But I think if you were to, where you have your trellis and your arch, if you were to do a combination of picket fence and privet, you would gain some privacy, and sort of that's where your private area would be. I would keep to one material. I would keep a small footpath in the brick instead of the bluestone, but thinking about your dad, and that probably is less trippy. As far as the driveway is concerned, I'd like a more conventional sort of, you pull into the driveway and then park to the right, and get that out of the view of from the road, instead of this sort of curve, so just a more traditional driveway. And what did you propose for the driveway? What material was that?
It's presently crushed shell, and I was hoping to extend it just wider. The idea, it is precisely the width of a Jeep Wrangler. It's fairly tight. As you can see in the image you've shown right now, the curb cut that kind of arcs into the brick, you actually drive over that when pulling off of Atlantic Ave.
Okay, but you already have an apron, and you're going to keep that apron as brick?
You know, I understood that to change the apron to something like a Belgian block now requires maybe as much as 10 feet of depth.
Yes, yeah.
And we just don't have the budget for that.
Okay, so,
What's behind the privet?
anyway, those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Okay, so, yeah, the brick being the back, I think is in the back. Drainage is gonna be something you're gonna have to address. The bluestone, I'm not as concerned about. I think softening the edges would be a nice touch. However, I think you're gonna be viewing this from the street, so you're not gonna be looking at it from a bird's eye view. The driveway, I believe what we're going to find is that we're in charge of the aesthetics. These are separate parcels. They have separate parking, whether they're next to each other or not. They have their own apron dimensions. They're not conjoined if they're not on a single lot. If this is going to be widened, I believe that the privet should be extended from where it is shown in the site plan, closer to the street by at least 3/4 of the open space, to partition those parking spaces. If it's going to be widened. If it's not going to be widened, I still think it would be beneficial. I think an argument could be made that you could widen the driveway parking area, but keep your apron the current width. But, I'm not necessarily adverse to widening that with the arced parking area as you show it, because it literally takes away probably a fifth of what would be a traditional 2-car parking space by having that arc in place. And I think that softens it up and adds some green to it. So to me, it kind of cancels out each other. I would like to know what the yellow vehicle is. What's the purpose of having that on the site plan? Through Mr. Chair.
Can you answer that just curiosity question?
Sure. Yellow vehicle. I'm sorry. Can you show the image you speak of?
Go
It's
to
in
your
your-
site plan. Maybe somebody's parked illegally on your site.
Yeah, I didn't know if we should be issuing a citation, so I just wanted to be thorough.
Because they drove right through the privet to get there.
Yellow vehicle. Let me see.
Oh, one more down. There you go.
Right there.
Ah,
Lower
yes,
left-hand
yes,
corner.
yes. That is the scale of another car to show width. So
Okay.
the white vehicle is my Volkswagen Vanagon.
Yeah.
That's the size of the extra space we're creating.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Stephen, you all set?
Yeah, it's just one more thing. It's kind of funny because it's yellow, and oftentimes in pictures in different forms they use a banana to show scale. So this is just a very large banana. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks. Diane?
Yeah, I think we'll have to see what the DPW does, whether this is going to be one opening that's going to split as it goes up. We just had one a couple weeks ago with a single entrance and then a split to both properties. What is that circle that's in between the white VW and the lawn? There is a circle.
Yeah, that's a tree, I think.
Which is keeping.
Yeah. The idea with the tree was to try to, if the board felt it important, to create some kind of structure between the road and the house, we could add that.
Well, you've got a town tree there. So you have to get in touch with the DPW and get in touch with Dale, who is the tree man.
Yes.
Because any work that you do has to be done carefully with those trees. Atlantic Ave has a bunch of really old ones, and they're protected. So I don't know. I think getting him over there and say what you can move and what you can't move is going to give you a little more width, because the width that I'm looking at in this picture is minuscule. So what are you going to have? Basically 2 vehicles?
Yeah, the thought was to create enough space so when my dad pulls off of Atlantic Ave, he's sort of centered in a wider driveway.
Right.
This is not what it looks like there.
Well, I would like to take the view of it and see what can be done. He's able to walk and stuff. I am handicapped, so I know what it's hard for him to get around. If he can walk, it makes it a little better for a while.
Primary hope, honestly, is that there's the space between driveway and house level, and having a seating area, a place to put the barbecue grill that's not teetering on grass. So if we were to scale back the back of the house, if you will, and the side of the house, just some direction from the board would be appreciated.
I think it really is
So you
going to
could-
depend on the driveway.
Diane, are you still,
Well, I was just going to ask if he was thinking of putting the grill in the back where he has that sort of brick stuff. I
No,
think
Diane, the idea of the back was just so there'd be a level surface to walk to the back entrance to the house. It is right now basically sand, uneven, and
Right.
overgrown with a privet of the neighbors. So that side of it is really not as important to me as the ingress egress to the front door.
Okay. Diane?
All right. Well, I would like to go look at it. I would like, yes,
Go ahead.
I think it would be worthwhile looking at and see what you really have and the room you have, and see what the DPW says about keeping the driveways as it is, or are they going to make you go smaller? I don't think they can. It's probably grandfathered in as to the width that it is. It's it would help to see it and what's where. That's
Okay.
all. I would like to see it before we pass it.
Sure.
Thank you, Diane. What?
Can I please get a clarification? The image we were looking at, that looks like this, but shows the driveway. This is dramatically different than the Google. Which is the more recent image?
The image that you see there was taken April 28th of this year.
Okay. So this shows, excuse me, Frank, so this shows, through Mr. Chair, that there is one tree that is not in the path of what's proposed.
Right.
And it shows us what we would see if we did a viewing.
Right.
So I'm okay now that I see this image. When I saw what Diane was looking at, I was like, yeah, I want to go take a view. But if this is the most recent one, then I'm okay with this in terms of the representation. And then I think it's a matter of, are we approving a wider apron? Are we approving a wider driveway? And are we going to weigh in on brick that's at the back or side of the house that is invisible?
Right.
And then the
So-
fence and the arbor.
So now it's my turn. So I think that I think you got to pay a call to the DPW and see what they're going to grant you and what they're not going to grant you, because, you know, whether or not we approve something or don't, it's whatever the DPW says about this is going to rule. Okay, so get an answer on that. Me personally, no objection to the amount of brick in the back. A, I understand why you're asking for it. B, I think 95% of it won't be, actually, I'm going to dare say 100% of it won't be visible. I don't think you'd get a lot of support for your arbor, but I think that the fence idea is fine. And although I like the idea of the irregularly edged bluestone pavers for this neighborhood, I don't think that your father would be well served with an irregular bluestone surface on a wheelchair. Anyway, those are my thoughts. So should we move for some more information?
I was,
perhaps?
yeah, like yeah.
Detailed site plan showing, you know, basically labeling all of what you are proposing. So we got it all on one document, okay?
Yes.
All right, very good. So
And
detailed,
and what the DPW says.
definitely, absolutely. And if you want to go out and view it, Diane, that would be great. But although it seems like there's one less tree than we thought. So can I have?
Right.
Make a motion to hold for minor revisions and DPW clarification of the width of the apron.
Very good. Thanks for the motion. On that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you. We'll talk to you next time, Frank.
Very good. Thank you all. Have a great
Bye.
night.
Okay, so we got 10 minutes left. Abby's leaving.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Mickey? Mickey, are you there, friend? We have no Mickey. How about Steve Rothke? He is here.
Yes,
Let's-
Mr. Chair, I'm present.
Okay, so let's get a motion to hold 18 Mount Vernon for rep, please.
Make a motion to hold 18 Mount Vernon.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Stephen?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Jesse?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, now, Steve, let's go. 110 Surfside Road.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commission. One just housekeeping matter I'd like to clarify. Maybe Adrian could tell me, was the visibility photos that we submitted, Adrian, are those available for the Commission to review? I know we had to send them separately because of file size, but we did send it to the, along with our e-filing.
Thank you.
And if they're not available, if screen sharing is within the realm of possibility, I'm happy to just start off with the visibility study just to get everybody oriented.
Well, hey, Steve, we say this to all the applicants. If you want to screen share, go for it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do it, Ray. So if you don't mind just giving me the control, I'm happy to just walk you through this.
Mr. Chair, could you name the board? Carrie's got it open, that's fine. I just want-
Then let's go with that.
And this is gonna be the last application, so.
This, yeah, definitely, because she's got like 3.
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you, Jess.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rothke.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I guess what I was hoping is that just by prefacing this review of these 3 applications with the visibility study, it might help streamline the subsequent review of each application.
Okay.
So am I sharing my screen now?
No.
How about now?
No.
See your pretty face.
I get to see you.
Well, I appreciate that. That's very nice of you all, and I know you're being overly generous. How about now?
No.
I'm clicking on share screen, so
Are you, Steve, when you're clicking share screen,
Yeah,
are you
it
clicking?
started. It
there we go.
started.
Forgive me. You'd think after 2.5
started.
years of Zoom, I'd have this. Okay, so here we are, gang. This is a view from Surfside Road, okay? So just to get everybody oriented, as we head out towards the beach on Surfside Road, just prior to where we can veer left to get onto the boulevard, at that intersection, just prior to it is a driveway. And that driveway accesses both 108 and 110 Surfside Road. The applications before you tonight are for 110. That's the driveway that you see sort of peeling off towards the right in this. Okay. There is an existing home on this lot. It's a handsome dwelling. It sits back from the road quite a ways. And what I would like to demonstrate tonight is just as evidenced by these photos, the already limited visibility to the existing structure, which by the way has a roof walk on it, and you can't even see that. I did take these pictures during the winter just to dismiss any concerns about how vegetated it was or not. Our intent is very much to maintain all of this existing buffer that we see, this natural vegetation, because as you can see, the bike path goes right across the front of the property. Okay?
Steve?
Sure. Yes, Ray. Yes, Ray?
Is this house very ugly?
No, not at all, Ray. I guess I'm just trying to get everybody oriented.
I think the lack of visibility thing, you're playing it up.
Oh,
So-
sorry. No, I actually think it's a great looking house. Let me show it to you.
All right, let's take a look.
All right, so the first application is for the new dwelling. So here it is. And if it's appropriate for you guys to take control back now, you have all these drawings. I'm more than happy to let somebody else drive. So this is the new dwelling that we have proposed, the site plan. So here is the boulevard is out here. I just explained how we come in the driveway.
Sorry, Steve. Steve?
Yes, sir.
So the existing dwelling that we just saw the photograph of is remaining.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And it's between Surfside Road and your new dwelling.
It is between that is correct. The new dwelling, the proposed garage, and the proposed cabana. Yes.
Yeah, so the wind would have to blow down your old dwelling plus all the trees for us to see any of this.
And that's the only reason that I started with that, Ray, was just sort of to help everybody understand that despite the fact that I think I've designed a handsome house here, I'm afraid nobody will ever appreciate it from the road.
Yeah,
Handsome.
Oh, handsome.
We thought you said
I thought you meant
Hampton.
like East Hampton, like, a Hampton side.
I said handsome. And
Okay, got it.
okay, so basically, that's my spiel, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. Colors?
So basically we have, it's all natural to weather. It's a red cedar roof. It's white trim. And probably the one, difference from what we're used to is that this one elevation, which faces north, is going to have white clapboards on the front elevation only. Everything else will be natural to weather white.
Did you say white clapboard?
I did. Yep.
White?
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Yep. White clapboard to match the trim.
You were doing so well there. I was just getting ready to move to approve this, but the white clapboard thing, no way, man. Are you serious? Everything's natural to weather and white clapboard?
Yes. Yep. That is what the application is for. That's correct.
Okay.
Just on this one,
I don't want to
1.5 story elevation.
No, you're not.
No, it's,
okay.
that's on the north.
That's right. It's right here. It basically faces in towards all this vacant land, which is the state forest.
Faces into.
State forest.
Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. Who wants to go first?
I would say make a motion to approve subject to the clapboard being natural to weather to be viewed once the frame is up and we can make it white. You can't see it.
I like that.
What do you think about
that's
that?
Safe.
I'm fine to have you guys come see if you can see a plywood shell before we proceed. And if you can see it, I'll make it natural to weather shingle. But I don't think that you will be able to see it.
Stephen, we made this mistake once before out on
Yeah, and it's awful.
Pulpus Road, and it's heinous.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. They are, because they're supposed to do plantings, right? So don't sign them off.
So
Okay.
motion approved through staff with the proposed north elevation, finished material to be determined at a later date.
Yeah,
And viewing can be from the state forest.
viewing from state forest.
Yeah.
of
We'll,
course.
we'll take into consideration all of the factors at that time.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor to approve the main house. The exception being the white clapboard will be natural to weather until we view it. Bless you. So on Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, that's one.
And just a quick follow-up as a question, how would I go about requesting that inspection, or do I file an application, or what would I do?
Well, you're getting natural to weather right now. So if your client really wants to have painted, you got to come back for a revision once the thing is framed up, so we can verify its
Okay,
invisibility.
got it. Very good.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Next.
Next up, what's next on the agenda? Is it the studio or the garage?
Studio. Does the studio have any white clapboard on it?
I thought you'd never ask, Ray. Yes, the front of it is,
God.
that faces
You're
north.
killing us. You're killing us here.
Yeah.
Can I, through Mr. Chair, so Stephen, what is the reference to?
Yeah.
I mean, what is the,
point.
yeah, what,
Yeah,
I'm
so-
just curious.
It's so unlike you.
I just got to keep everybody guessing, you know. The idea was to brighten up the front facade so that this house is situated far back on the lot, and the idea was that it would create this sense of arrival to the front of the building, even though it's tucked way back at the back of the property.
Okay. So just last comment on that. You could use bleach shingles.
I mean, we can do all sorts of things. I'm just explaining
I know,
what the
I know,
reference
I'm
was
teasing.
because you asked, but that's the reference.
I'm teasing.
Should we, well, what do you guys think? Any comments on the studio?
There's an awful lot of buildings.
Yeah, the south elevation.
South elevation? Oh, you mean with the glass, Diane?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to see this from anywhere?
I tried to establish up front that I don't think we'll be able to see any of it. So I'm gonna go with no. I believe this will be completely invisible from the travel way. And this faces away from the state farm.
Okay, well, if you can't see it, and it's gonna stay that way, then, it doesn't matter what I think.
I don't think I would have said that, Diane.
Yeah. It does matter.
It always matters.
Yeah.
Does anyone have material objections to a motion?
I don't have any objections to a motion as long as it has the same little proviso
I've got
about
us
the
covered, Mr. Chair.
clapboard. Okay.
So a motion approved through staff, subject to the clapboard to be natural to weather, no prejudice, can be redetermined at a later date, and screening on the site to be maintained at time of inspection and thereafter.
That's a lot for me to write down. That is, however, is Stephen's motion on Stephen's motion. Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Okay, Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, 2 down. Okay, so let's
I was
guess.
just gonna ask if I made it shingle, would I still come back to you guys?
If you made it shingle?
No.
Yeah, natural weather shingle, because I'm not gonna do natural weather clap. So if I move away from clap, I would do shingle.
Yeah, no, no. I mean, theoretically, you're supposed to come back.
Okay,
But,
okay.
I mean, that would be a consent type deal.
Yeah.
Right.
The idea was simply that if you believe in the conviction, it's not going to be visible. You're 3/4 of the way there. You just got to have us go view it, and then you can prime it and paint it white. That was
Great.
all.
I have great conviction.
I knew you would.
I appreciate this. Thank you, Commission.
We're a path, not a wall.
Exactly.
I think the next one up, Mr. Chair, is the garage.
That's correct.
I'm like, you'll be happy to hear that I do not have any white things proposed on.
Okay. No, there it is. There it is, right there. Now, so is this all natural to weather?
Everything on here is that, white trim, white windows, natural weather roof and sidewall, yes. And mahogany doors.
I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, there is a motion on the table to approve as submitted. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Reluctantly, aye.
Reluctantly, oh, because of the overbuild. Yeah, yeah.
The village.
Well, you still have one more chance to not approve something. You cannot approve the demo move off. So that was a reluctant aye. And how about you, Diane?
A garage.
Oh.
And,
Right, I guess I would approve it.
okay, another reluctant aye. And Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too. Motion does carry.
What was Valerie's comment? I'm just curious about what was it, overbuilt?
It's overbuilt. Everything's 2 stories.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, Valerie.
All right. All right, so you want to demolish, move off the existing garage?
That's correct, sir.
We should just wrap this. I know we're running a little bit late, but this should not take much time.
Steve, what
Get
condition
rid
is
of
it
this guy.
through the chair?
What?
What condition is the garage in?
And also, what's the vintage? I mean,
Yeah,
is it-
let me just see if I can quickly, sorry, I don't think I have pictures open for you guys on that one. Here it is, right here. Here are pictures of the existing garage.
no,
Looks
it's the
remarkably
new.
like the
yeah.
new. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's charming little building. I think John McLaughlin is looking for a place to summer at, he
This
told
is,
me.
is this the demo?
Yes, And it would include this little connector right here, which connects back to a current porch on the main house.
It's actually pretty cute. Too bad we can't see that from the road.
So you're getting rid of the connector as well?
Yeah, are you getting rid of the connector?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Mr. Chair, the vintage of the
Why?
existing main house is 1989, so I would assume that's similar vintage.
Yeah, it's fairly evident it's not old. Okay, thanks, Holly. Diane, you had a comment?
I wondered why. It looks like it's in good shape, well taken care of. Has a little cupola on the top.
It's a one-car garage. It is not meeting their storage needs, and it's in the way of the new garage that they would prefer to have there.
It's a party home.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's what?
Nothing you want to hear. It's
I didn't
okay.
hear. I didn't hear that either.
No, it's not relevant to the architectural review of the structures.
Correct.
Yeah, my comment, if I may, Mr. Chair, is it'd be wonderful if it could be repurposed on this site, and if not, it could be moved off and reused. And failing that, as much of a shame as it is, it would go to the landfill.
Okay.
That's why I applied for a move off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I figured that was, you were carrying the same sentiment, Stephen.
I'd be happy to see it repurposed.
Okay, should we move this one?
Motion to approve.
That
as
would be a
submitted.
motion to approve a move-off demo.
Correct.
On Stephen's motion, Carrie,
I,
Val. Less reluctantly this time because we're getting rid of something here.
Well, no, I think we all
I'm
should be
kidding, sorry. Okay, Diane. Diane?
Reluctantly.
Okay,
Reluctantly,
yeah, I hear
yes.
you. It's a cute building. Stephen, on your motion? Aye. And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, that's enough for you, Stephen Rothke.
Thank you all for your time.
Yeah, thanks. And, okay, do we need any minutes approved or anything? Okay, can somebody?
He's got two.
What did you?
April 20th.
May 24th and May 29th. Somebody want to move that?
So move.
Okay,
I
Diane.
move that.
Okay, thank you. Diane has moved to approve the minutes of the 24th and the 29th of May. On that motion, Carrie.
I,
Very good. Stephen?
Abstain.
Okay. Val?
Aye.
And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. All right, where's John?
Oh, Mr. Chair, there's approximately 138 items on the agenda.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. And none of them conform to the percentage of deck area.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. On that motion, Carrie.
I.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye. Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Thanks, everybody.
All.
It's wine 30.
I am not going to be here on